Good morning, everyone. It is exactly 11 o'clock on Sunday morning, and welcome if you are joining us for day 2 coverage of the Mosley Folk and Arts Festival here from the beautiful setting of Mosley Private Park in the heart of Birmingham. Well, it's not actually the heart of Birmingham, it's a bit south of Birmingham in the kind of posh bit. I'm joined, of course, by my colleague James. Good morning, James.
Good morning, Craig. Brilliant to be here. Yes, day 2 coverage of day 3 of the 2022 Mosley Folk and Arts Festival, and the gate to the Ice House is open.
Good news for Ice House fans there that the gate is open. They were a little bit late getting that open yesterday, but today right on the money, because the main gates are also open, I suspect, James. We've just seen people come down. They are heading straight for folk on the slope, so I think they might be fans of Thorpe and Morrison, who are kicking off there at 11:25. Well, kicking off as in starting to play. I don't think they'll be kicking off. They're a guitarist and a fiddle player. So those early risers, early entries are getting ready to stake their claim in front of the stage there on the slope.
So conditions underfoot today, slightly moist, bit of surface moisture I think, some evidence of rain overnight. We've got a bulging roof above us there. Our black tarpaulin is way down with a bit of water, but some sun as well, so that moisture will probably dry off fairly quickly.
Yes, I was here just after dawn this morning to just get a sense of the atmosphere on site, and it was very, very cloudy then. But as James says, the wind, I think, is just taking those clouds away and allowing the sunshine to break through. Our colleagues at the Met Office tell us that can expect some rain later this afternoon, but at the moment it all is looking good for an overcast but bright day.
Yes, you've got breeze riffling the bunting all around the site, and in a big development, the pathway that was causing some trip hazard down the slope here in front of Black Swan Bar has been moved to in front of the main stage. So we've now got a series of floor rectangles facing away from the crash barrier, and then another set longitudinally across the front of the stage there. So 1.5 depths of flooring there, ready for the big crowds, for the headliners later on in the day.
Good news, the toilets have been emptied again this morning. When I arrived outside, the big tanker was just being pumped full with the remains of yesterday's effluent. So all the portaloos nice and empty, so if you are coming along, don't worry, things will be nice and dry underfoot.
So a gentleman on one of the big logs sat down there. He's having a little can of juice. I think that is an orange juice with the juicy bits, as they describe it, and he's given that good old shake, and now he's quaffing away at that.
Just next to the ice house, they've got camping chairs, got a little fold-out camping table. Yesterday we had a wooden table, like a coffee table, someone brought in from their sitting room. So
we also had that layered wooden fold-out camping picnic box as well.
Yes, which I think, strictly speaking, is initially designed to be a sewing box kit, I think, with lots of little compartments where you could have your cotton reels, your needles, your thimbles, but they were using it to have olives and cocktail sticks and guacamole.
Imaginatively repurposed. I hope they clean it out nice and well before putting all their haberdashery items back in there.
The little John Deere, what do you call that vehicle? It's a buggy?
Buggy's good, yep.
Buggy.
Buggy.
Not dune buggy, but not dissimilar to a dune buggy. But it's called into action here for various purposes. So in the mornings it's used to take the bags of litter up to the compactor, which is near the box office, and the rest of the day it's used to ferry beer and oat milk around the site.
I noticed recently, Craig, they've started to use similar vehicles to get injured players off some sporting pitches rather than the traditional stretcher with a person on each corner.
Yes, we didn't have too many injuries yesterday. We had a couple of fallers on the temporary walkway that had been put down, but this morning that walkway has been taken away, well moved in fact, to now be in front of the main stage. So I think they're expecting possibly that's going to get a little bit muddy later, so they've put that down there as a precaution. So hopefully that will mean we don't see anybody tripping over in front of our commentary position. It's always a little bit upsetting to see.
So, of course, it's Where's Wally Day today here at the Mosley Folk. So we've got the first woman coming in her red and white stripy top. Hopefully thousands will have gathered in a similar outfit before long.
Just testing the surface there, that couple. There, see what it's like underfoot. Checking for any lumps. The husband there just gesturing towards where he thinks is going to be the best place for the camping mat. Now they're just trying to get an eye line through to the main stage to see whether they can see. Just dragging it slightly over to the left, kicking away a little bit of I think possibly an acorn. There's a lot of acorns around this year. I think that's a mast year when there are a lot of acorns. So just making sure nothing going to be sticking up through the blanket. They've got some little fold out seat cushions as well that they're going to be putting down.
The first of the masseuses has arrived just off the main path by the area that's restricted for wheelchair users.
Out comes the picnic, shop bought rather than hand prepared, but nothing wrong with that, of course. I think I can see possibly feta cheese and some olives. This goes back in the bag, save that for later.
Don't know if you spotted yesterday, Craig, there was someone walking around in a t-shirt that said feta. I wasn't sure if that was a place, a band, or an enthusiast of the cheese.
I didn't spot that. Hopefully perhaps they'll be back today with a different cheese on there. Parmesan maybe.
That would be the giveaway, definitely.
It's has to be a smaller font if you're going to have Parmesan on your t-shirt, I suppose. At least feta, you can have quite large letters.
Yes, definitely a better t-shirt, the feta t-shirt.
Mascarpone would be quite hard to fit on a t-shirt.
Be a good name for a footballer, though.
Alberto Mascarpone in the number 9 shirt. So the lady, well, I think I can't quite see their hands to see whether they are wearing wedding rings. They could be having an affair, of course, I'm sure they're not, but sent the man off foraging for coffee, I suspect, while she relaxes back on the picnic blanket, gets a crossword out. Sorry, James, you spotted something over there.
Something I'm not sure I've seen before. A double chair, double camping chair. So it's one unit that has 2 chairs and a table item between them.
Like a love seat, a love camping seat.
In which a table is allowed to get between the lovers.
Yes, it's so you can have your little glasses of champagne. So the white-haired man who's here very early doors. In fact, even before the doors were open, he's at the coffee store, and he's bought his own thermal cup, and had that filled up. I think he's now adding his own milk. Can't quite see, as our view is slightly obscured by the sound desk.
I think it's a table in the middle of that love seat, actually. I mean, sorry, like a bag, or yeah, a container rather than a table. So quite a feat of engineering, that. And it's got drinks holders almost as wings on the edge of it as well. Yeah, I think they've invested heavily there. Hopefully it'll pay off.
Man with white hair goes up now with his thermal cup. The gentleman who was sent off foraging. He's only got a drink for himself, so perhaps she didn't want one anyway. She's got her back to the stage, lying on her front, doing, as I say, doing the crossword. Husband comes in. He'll be sticking his oar in, I imagine. Saying 4 across. 4 letters. Cheese. 3rd letter T. That's going to be feta, darling.
Now, in a change to previous days, the first act yesterday was on the main stage, with the second act being on the Janice Long stage, but roles are reversed today, so we're Janice Long stage first up with Witchbury, then it's Yasmin Williams on the main stage. So it seems to be turn and turn about, because on the Friday we started with Afra on the Janice Long stage, and then Carolina Wegrids on the main stage. So yep, turn and turn about, which, if it follows the pattern, means that the first act on the Friday next year should be on the main stage. Might be worth putting a small wager on that.
2 gentlemen arrive, just point to an area in the ground that they're interested in, and out comes a... they were here yesterday. That's with the orange plastic sheeting, which I think is a bivvy bag that they're calling... they're using now as a ground sheet. On top of that, I think they're going to put a camping roll mat, which has got silver backing, that one, so that's just helps to insulate a little bit. So one has got the bivvy mat, and one has got the foil-backed roll mat, and the couple are now joined by a 3rd member of their party.
So what we haven't seen this year, which we had tremendous fun commentating on last year, Craig, was the things you have to inflate by sort of wafting them around in the air and then rolling them up.
Yes, I wonder whether the fashion for that has passed by, as everyone realised. It was quite humiliating to try and have to do it. Although some did have the knack. I remember the one gentleman was very good at it, whereas someone else was quite poor. But yes, could see that today. We'll keep an eye out, of course, listeners. That's why we're here. And the 2 men are joined by a 3rd man with a... I think he might just bought a bin bag, I think.
Or is it a fertilizer? No, it's not a fertilizer bag, is it?
I couldn't quite see the branding before he put it down there. Drinking a brand of fruit juice in a foil packet. It's getting really busy. Knitting ladies here. Changed position slightly today, so they've gone a little bit further back, higher up the hill, underneath the oak tree. They'll just have to watch out for falling. Oh no, it's not an oak tree actually. I don't think it's. It might be an ash tree, so they're probably okay, unless it gets ash dye back, in which case they might want to move.
The gentleman newly arrived with the unidentifiable blue bag has got a couple of sweat patches on his back as a result of walking in vigorously carrying a large rucksack.
I wonder whether they walked quite a long way, whether they might be on a pilgrimage, possibly. They might be on their way to Canterbury or something, and they just stopped off here on the way, which would explain the bivvy bags. Might be wild camping each night.
That'd be tremendous. Try and pick up as many folk festivals en route as possible.
And he's got a packet of biscuits there. I don't know if you can make out with your binoculars. Hobnobs? I'm guessing hobnobs from the colour of the packaging. So I could be wrong.
Oh, you're spot on there, Craig.
Thank you.
Absolutely spot on. And a water bottle, or 2 water bottles.
Well, he obviously does sweat up a little bit, so important to keep rehydrated. It's quite close today, actually, even though it's very overcast. It's quite muggy. So, and maybe he gets a little bit nervous as well. That can know that horses before a race, they can sweat up quite a bit. So it's possibly the same with certain members of folk festival audiences.
It's ideal conditions for swing bowling. Not sure if there are any matches at the cricket ground, just yards away, but I might be inclined to put the opposition into bat if I was the captain.
Oh, sorry, James. There's a couple just arrived with some fold-out chairs, and the woman is suggesting that they put them at the back of the non-seating area behind a shrub, saying, well, I can't see that's going to be a problem because it's behind a shrub anyway. Oh no, they're trying to put them in the path. They're putting them in the pathway. The steward is currently on her phone, and now she's being asked a question. Someone is pointing to someone. I don't know whether they are accusing them of something. No one likes a folk festival snitch, though.
Well, possibly just a concerned citizen, Craig.
Might be asking for advice. Yes, and this couple are still a little bit of discussion where they're going to put their chairs. Certainly can't put them there. And I think that's the partner of Knitting Lady is just talking to them. I think he's giving them some advice. He's a veteran, of course. He's giving them some advice about where to put it.
Woman with white socks with black spots on them whips her shoes off as soon as she gets into position. She takes out the programme of events and a novel. She's first thing is to check who's going to be first up. And if she'd been listening to the commentators, she would know that it would be Witchbury first up on the Janice Long stage. So wave across the field. I wonder how many people have made friends at Mosley Folk Festival rather than meeting friends at Mosley Folk Festival. Imagine fair number of friendships must have been established here. Shared love of the music.
Yes, we do see familiar faces every year, don't we? I think the young man who's just come sitting down there, I think he was here yesterday. There's a lady who's taken Double Denim Man's spot, who of course was he was at a wedding yesterday, so he wasn't able to attend. I don't know whether he is hoping to come today. I suppose it depends on the extent of the wedding, whether it's a 2-day affair, how far away it was, whether he can get back in time. Instruments just being carried across to folk on the slope, I think.
Not sure if you can see from your vantage point, Craig, but it seemed to be a young boy. He's got a pair of his mum's tights. He's got a tennis ball in each the toe of each tight and swinging them around in the air.
Is that nunchucks?
Yeah, I think it's a suburban nunchuck, a Western European suburban nunchuck.
I don't know whether that can be, whether they can be used as a weapon, a nunchuck. I suppose it depends what you put on the end of them. Anything can be used as a weapon, I suppose.
He's maybe for safety reasons he's rolled them back up, put them down.
People are already tucking into burger there.
Gentleman very sensibly putting a load of sun cream on his fairly pale arms.
The lady with the collapsible wheelchair is back again. Earlier today, I think. Got in a little bit earlier today. Probably thought that was a good spot we had yesterday. Don't want to lose that.
Face cream's on the face. He's not shy of getting it on his hair as well. He's got a beard, but he's putting it into that. He's got a weekend pass, and he doesn't look very brown, so I think he's been doing this every morning to good effect.
So it's getting quite busy already, actually. So got a few more minutes until the first act, Witchbury, on the Janice Long stage, which we can't really see from our commentary position. So we'll try and interpret the makeup of the band through the sounds that they make. Steward just patrolling front of the stage there.
The gentleman still trying to wipe the residue of the sun cream off his hands. He's tried to put some of it on his calves. He seems fairly happy he's got it all off now. That's good, well done him for remembering that ultraviolet light can penetrate cloud cover. So we must just be moments away from Witchbury. Well, here we go. The tight swinging is back. And then, is that a Diablo?
That's a Diablo. So a few circus skills. It's a nunchuck doesn't seem to use a huge amount of skill. That's mainly just spinning something around. The Diablo is a more tricky, I think. Oh, he tries to get it to jump off the string and land back on. Doesn't quite make that. He's got it spinning though. Get those two sticks going. And he's only young. He's only, what, I'd say 8 or 9 years old, but already very impressive Diablo skills, which will hold him in good stead for the future, I imagine.
Listeners who were here at the end of play yesterday heard my comments about juggling, so I'm going to just try and restrain myself a little bit. Might leave circus commentary to Craig.
Yes, my tolerance levels are a little bit higher than James's. Oh, you can see a band now on the main stage doing their sound check. So I think that is Yasmin Williams. But, she's not on until 12:10, but doing the sound check. It's all very well organised here, of course. Whilst one band is playing, the other one sound checks on the next stage.
So next to Sweaty Hobnob Man is the gentleman on the orange floor covering, and he has a box of those drinks where they're in a little foil sachet that you squeeze, and it comes through a plastic teat into your mouth.
He's got his empty 4 or 5 pint container to be ready to be filled up with beer or cider from one of the bars on site. And Danielle Perry just makes the first announcement. She is the compere this year. We haven't heard this Witchbury sound checking, so we've got no idea about them. James is just having a little look at the programme.
Yes, so a couple from Stourbridge, Shay Bradley and Rhiannon Kelly, and they've been playing together for a very long time, and he plays the guitar, she sings, and they're kicking off right now, blending traditional songs and original material, all of which sounds timeless.
One of the site staff walks across with a massive hammer. I don't know whether there's going to be one of those strongman fairground not rides, games where you have to hit a spring, see if you can get the gauge to rise up and hit a bell, or whether he's just got a massive temp peg to hammer in.
So Craig, Danielle Perry taking over duties from the sadly missed Janice Long. Quite a tough gig for her.
That's right, of course, Janice Long, massive supporter of the festival, and I think there is going to be a tribute to her later on this afternoon, which I imagine will be quite an emotional event for everyone here. But she did a good job yesterday, and it was all over the comparing.
And how would you compare her style to Janice Long's comparing style?
Quite similar, I think. Similar tone of voice, similar level of knowledge of music and respect for the artist, which is what we've come to admire over the years.
So she's clearly the continuity candidate that the organisers went for. That's probably why. Janice did such a good job. You probably didn't want to change tack too much. You wouldn't want anyone too abrasive in that role.
Nope. Continuity announcer. The bin's empty beneath us. Yesterday, if you were listening, you'll know that that got very full at one point until it was squashed down by a man with some very thick gloves. It's a gentleman with a Wonder Stuff hooded top. He is a year late. They were on last year, I'm afraid. He might have looked at the wrong poster. Hopefully he won't be too disappointed. He's already got a pint, him and his friends. 11:30, that's acceptable, isn't it? Folk Festival and airports, you can kind of drink at any time of the day.
It is just pacing yourself if you start quite so early.
There's always a chance to have a nap during the afternoon, of course, I suppose. If you there's an act that you're not so interested in, quite low-key act, you can always catch a few Zeds.
So the couple that arrived with the love seat picnic chairs aren't utilising that fully, as the woman is on a separate chair way to the left of the gentleman who is sat on the right hand of the love seat combination. So there's a whole love seat between them, I suppose, a whole empty seat. Well, it's not empty because it's got a pile of hats and coats and things between them. This might be a placeholding situation where they will sit together once their friend turns up, who will sit in the seat that's currently being occupied by the woman. Saves that awkward thing of having an empty chair beside you and maybe other people wanting to use that space.
Ah, there go the massive tent pegs to go along with the hammer, I think. One of the other members of the site team has got 2 or 3 very long pegs, so that maybe they're expecting it to be a little bit windy, a little bit stormy. Just got to peg down the stage at the back there to make sure that nothing blows away.
Which will finish their first number. There's that respectful beat of silence afterwards before the clapping comes along.
So apologies, listeners, we did slightly lose sight of the couple with the orange chairs who were attempting to put them in the pathway. They might now be hiding behind that shrub, so we can't quite see what they're up to.
There's about 20 people stood in front of Witchell. Stood quite a long way back. It's almost like they've all come to an agreement that what's that? 30 foot is the respectful distance to stand away from the front of the stage.
Yes, the Janice Long stage doesn't have a protective barrier like the main stage does, but people have, as James says, taken it upon themselves to not be too intimidating. Barefoot Man, as he's got up and attracted by the sound of Witchbury, has made his way down to the front as well. Another gentleman, he's making his way. 2 people leave. They're possibly going over to the folk on the slope stage.
Gentleman with an impressive beard is holding very steady as he attempts to film the whole of Witchell's set. He's another, I'd say, 20 foot back from the people who are 30 foot back. I think sunscreen guy is quite cautious, I think, Craig, because he's he's put sunscreen on when it's a really gloomy day, and B, he's picked up all his belongings to bring with him to stand at the back of that little crowd.
Although he is walking around with bare feet, which in that regard he's throwing caution to the wind. I suppose he's banking on the fact that there are no glasses here, it's all plastic, reusable glasses, so he's hoping, I suspect, that there won't be any broken glass. But of course you don't know what happens in the park after dark.
There's also those acorns that we mentioned before. I imagine one of those right in the under the arch of the foot. It's not exactly Lego, but can't be comfortable.
We'll keep an eye on that over the day. And someone filming people putting down a picnic rug.
I think it's the smallest camera I've ever seen, Craig.
It was very small.
About the size of a postage stamp.
2 picnic rugs. Big round of applause for the second number from Witchbury.
And a whistle.
Good to get a whistle this early on a Sunday. I think you don't often get a whistle.
A man walks very, very slowly down the hill, carrying 2 pints of drink. A woman carries 2 hot drinks slowly up towards her friends by the big felled log.
Gentleman on the blue bin bags, lying back, already having a little nap. As we said, I think he was sweating up a little bit earlier, so he might be a little bit fatigued.
Man appears with what looks like 4 pints of water in one of those drinks containers beside the guy who was snoozing.
Still quite a lot of room on the upper field where you're allowed to bring in seats. Yesterday there was a spectacular picnic up there, and I was very kindly given a samosa, which helped to see me through the day. The steward with the enormous hammer has left his hammer somewhere. Lady with the spotty dress makes her way down to the front. Stewards on patrol at the top of the field there.
There's definitely water in that big jug there. It's rehydration is definitely the order of the day for those 2 gentlemen in khaki. He was the one with the we spotted yesterday who had the plastic tankard, so like the normal pint glasses but with a handle. He fishes some alien object out of the water. He's got dark glasses that wouldn't be out of place in a recreation of the grassy knoll incident in Dallas.
2 ladies there trying to put chairs up on the path near the covered area for disabled visitors and wheelchair users. I'm not exactly sure of the rules. I think a new rule was brought in last year, subsection 4 of subsection 2, where a new law, it was an advisory rather than law, but about putting chairs next to the path, so we'll wait and see what happens there.
A veteran of the 2007 Jethro Tull tour has arrived to see Jethro Tull 15 years later. Let's see how much has changed. I think until this year, Craig, I'd always thought Jethro Tull was the name of the bloke, but it's not, is it?
No, the name of the bloke is something else. Is it Ian?
Yes.
I think it's Ian. Yeah, so the two ladies in the seats there, it's possibly within the law, but perhaps not within the spirit of the law. So we'll have to see how that is interpreted by the stewards, if it is taken to the fourth official. See whether they do get moved on or not. The sound engineer just patrolling the front to check on the quality of the sound coming through. Seems pretty good from where we are sitting.
It's Ian Anderson, but I thought that that was the bloke from Yes, but that must be someone else.
I think more than one person can have the same name. I think
That is one of the flaw with names, isn't it?
can cause some confusion. Man with a very red t-shirt walks up with a cup of coffee, and he is going to be delivering that to his rest of his group. We can't quite see because they're behind the shrub. I think they're the people with the orange chairs that we talked about earlier. I think they've managed to get away with that where they're placed. If you're listening at home, welcome. This is live coverage of Sunday of the 2022 Mosley Folk and Arts Festival, brought to you by the Commentators. We'll be with you throughout the day, bringing you all the action.
A couple share a can of Fanta between them, passing it back and forth. Swig and swig about, back and forth.
The wind's picked up a little bit, ruffling the flags. They're not traditional flags, are they? They're festival flags with, on a long pole, orange and yellow.
So those of you at home who have been ticking off the years, we've been keeping track of the years memorialised on t-shirts. Yesterday we managed to tick off 1967 and 1969. Today we can add the year 45 to that list, so tick that one off. Only another 2019 of the current era to do.
Yes, don't know what happened in the year 45.
Something to do with the Roman Empire, no doubt. Hadrian's Wall, possibly?
I don't think they would have built that by then, I'd suspect. I think that must have come a little bit later. So I don't think they invaded until around that time, did they? We could ask, send that, could be one for Maureen to do some research, but I'm not quite sure what time is it? 20 to 12, yes, so Maureen won't be back from her hydrotherapy session until midday, so when she's back we'll ask Maureen for the events of the year 45 and we'll pass that on to you.
The wearer of the 45 t-shirt is tucking into the latest edition of the Beano, which is the first Beano we've seen on site, but they've got a couple of back issues as well, so we've seen the first, second and third editions of the Beano on site, all in one instant there.
And gentleman who always used to be in the box office caravan at the front, I think he's got the year off this year. He is just walking down the pathway there, carrying 2 hot drinks. So I think perhaps he's retired or he's been given the year off.
Well, they've gone digital, haven't they, Craig? Maybe
perhaps he's not up to speed with the digital world.
Well, maybe he's not required. Maybe he's been replaced by a machine.
Don't seem to be any hard feelings though. He's back anyway to enjoy it. So good for him. He can actually see some music this year rather than just hearing it vaguely wafting up the field.
That's great though. It shows he is here for the music and was helping out on the box office rather than just being a massive fan of box office procedure. The Witchell explaining the new song. It always strikes me the song maybe should be able to speak for itself, Craig.
Yes, there's quite a lot of explanation yesterday as well of different songs.
I think origin stories are okay, but if you're then going to explain what the song's about, you just think, well, shouldn't the song tell you what it's about itself?
Maybe they think the audience here aren't quite clever enough to work it out, and they don't want there to be any misunderstanding.
If they were singing it in Latin, then you'd maybe need to explain it in advance.
I don't think, yes, I'm not sure, Steeleye Span had a Latin song, didn't they? Gaude Te. Is that Latin? It's another one for Maureen when she's back on duty. I don't think, I don't know whether they had to explain that or not.
That could be quite good. The year 45, while she's at it, can check out Roman Empire and Gaude, whatever.
More tent pegs or marquee pegs, supposed to be a better description of them, just been taken backstage. So something's going on back there that needs pegging down.
So the Fanta drinkers have now moved on to whatever was in a thermos flask and some item in a foil wrapping.
The gentleman bought his own blue tarpaulin. He's got that, hasn't laid it out to its full extent, it's got it half folded so he doesn't take up too much room.
I think that's a pork pie in that foil. Alternate bites the pork pie and swigs of tea or coffee, I imagine.
What would be your picnic food of choice, James, on a day like today?
I do like a pork pie. I do like a Scotch egg.
Samosa, like I had yesterday.
I do like them, but I would have to buy it probably from Milan. I'm not that keen. I like more authentic than Sainsbury's.
Olives, would you bring olives?
A bit oily for me in this circumstance, I think.
Crisps.
Only ready salted conventional.
Tomatoes?
Cherry.
Cucumber?
No.
Hummus?
No.
Guacamole?
No.
Taramasalata?
Well, actually, I'd have all of those if I had a little fold-out wooden box to bring them in and dips. Then
How
you could have
would
the
you eat
cucumber.
your dips if you're not bringing cucumber cut up into slices?
Yeah, no, I'd have to rip up my whole plan and start again.
Breadsticks?
Yes, bit crumbly.
And for dessert, apple pie?
I love an apple pie.
Cherry Bakewell?
Oh, that's better than apple pie. Apple pie, you want custard, ideally, and that's tricky at a folk festival.
Yes, no custard concession, actually. at the Folk Festival this year.
Have to be sheep's custard if it were.
Yes, I don't know whether they do. I think everything's it's just frozen over there, isn't it? Not sure they got the facilities to do that. So if you are on the way down to the festival site today and have the wherewithal to make custard, there is a possible little business opportunity there, serving apple pie and custard.
Craig, you've got, obviously Maureen's not back from hydrotherapy yet, so the interns had a bit of a go at the research, but absolutely stuffed it up, saying it in the year 45, it was VE Day, United Nations Charter, Roger and Hammerstein's Carousel, opening on Broadway. It's the year 45.
Yeah, I can see what they've done there. They've misheard as 1945, haven't they, I think. So we're looking for the year 45. I think we should just wait for Maureen at midday, because
they're literally 1900 years out.
Yeah. That's the you try and give people an opportunity and a little leg up in the world of research, and that's what you get. So apologies, listeners. We will have to wait just another 15 minutes before while Maureen dries off and gets...
But anyone at home who is thinking of coming down, you could fashion yourself a 1945 t-shirt, and you would certainly be able to claim all those events as your own. So worth doing.
Of course, it's not just a music festival, it is a folk and arts festival. An art sadly missing yesterday, though, was balloon modelling. So we're hopeful that that will reappear today. It's a skill that we wouldn't want to lose. Obviously, as times change, the traditional crafts like balloon modelling can slip away when there aren't younger people to take them on. So let's just hope that someone today does make a dash hound out of some balloons.
So we'd knocked off yesterday, Craig. I did see a love brum balloon rolling down towards folk on the slope, but it'd be tough to model much on that other than a balloon-shaped balloon.
Yes, you might be able to make a melon or a large grapefruit, possibly. Photographers are out in force now. One taking pictures of the graffiti artist portraits, and the other taking pictures of what's happening on stage. Not quite sure how they divvy that up. Just dropped our programme down the crack of our commentary position there, so not quite sure what's going on now. Hopefully the intern will do a better job of getting that than they did of research in the year 45.
Programme's back.
Excellent work there from the technical crew. Quickly got that back into our hands. So yes, I was just saying it's not just a music festival. There is other art forms. So that we've had poetry and comedy, and today we've got more comedy. I think we've got yes, of course, the Maypole Morris dancing workshop, which is always a big hit here at the Folk Festival. That's going to be this afternoon, and I know for listeners at home, our coverage of that is always one of the highlights of the day, so we'll try and bring you that at 5:15. Well, that does clash with Midlake. I would quite like to see, so we'll have to see what happens there.
So the Fanta drinker lying on his partner's, with his head on his partner's lap, appeared to be asleep, but then gave Witchell a bit of a clap at the end of that number. So he's clearly just resting his eyes rather than actually having a nap.
2 pints safely delivered. one handed over to the mother, and the other delivered by the father, while the children, they are not being given a beer, of course.
Not sure this is a protest, Craig, but gentleman sat there resolutely at 90 degrees to the stage. He's facing towards the toilets with his back to the merchandise tent.
Yes, interesting what's caused him to do that. He could be a fan of crowd control methods, possibly, and checking out how the entrance and exit system works there by the toilets. Maybe he's running a little survey, but wants to try and do it discreetly. He's just taken something out. Could be a notebook, could be a tub of olives. No, I think he's getting a pencil out actually, so possibly he's taking notes, doing a pedestrian flow survey possibly.
Intern trying a little bit too hard now, Craig. We've got a recipe for sheep's milk custard.
And I presume that's sheep's milk and custard powder, is it?
No, it's a bit more from scratch actually. Oh, hold on, no. I'm not sure how you bind this together. So it's sheep's milk, 4 eggs, maybe that does 4 eggs, half a cup of sugar, quarter of a teaspoon of salt, 2 teaspoons of vanilla, and nutmeg. I thought you'd need something to coagulate it, but maybe the eggs does that. Anyway.
Yes, there's no powder in that, or perhaps you thicken it up with a little bit of corn flour according to taste, perhaps. So thank you to the intern there for that though. Man with a leather coat and pink jumper stands and listens to Witchbury.
Now we've been waiting for a top hat to arrive on the Mosley Folk site. We managed to tick off Panama, which was the most wanted up until that point. Having done that, top hat moves to the top. There's a woman there wearing a top, could classify as a top hat, but I think it's a bit low to pass muster. It's also green and it's got flowers round the bottom of the crown, so I'm not allowing that.
So today is an opportunity for people to not just listen to the music, but actually to take part a little bit. So there's a singing workshop this afternoon at midday, and there's a folk music workshop just after it at 1 o'clock. So if you fancy your chances of being on stage maybe in a future year, and you're on your way, bring your instrument along with you and you can take part in a folk workshop at 1 o'clock. If you haven't brought your instrument, you might be able to fashion something out of one of those 5-pint beer containers and a piece of string or a stick to hit it with.
Was that workshop last year? Was it where you could make a guitar out of a cigar box?
Yes, he's not here this year, I don't think. Possibly one of those other crafts like balloon modelling that lost to time. Hope he's okay. He hasn't smoked too many cigars. The pedestrian flow surveyor still looking resolutely away from the stage. Gentleman just arrives and surveys the site for himself rather than for any actual survey to see where's going to be the best place to sit. Steward walks past. The gentleman calls over the rest of his party. What do you think about here? There's a nice little patch here. I think we could all get in. We've got a good view of both stages. Look, if you just crouch down a little bit, you can see everything that we need to see. And I think the rest of his party are in agreement. So they undo the little toggle on top of the camping chair bag, and out come the chairs. Obviously you can move position later in the day, but you do run the risk of there not being anywhere better left than you've already got. So sometimes it's better just to make a decision, say, right, we're sitting here, get the chairs out, this is it.
So more arrivals familiar from yesterday, landing in the same spot as yesterday. This is the gentleman who helps prisoners rehabilitate with his son. Notice, Craig, there is a strip of grass. So actually the number of strips of grass that seem way more intact than others. I wonder if they've been laid as a roll at some point in the past.
Yes, I wonder whether possibly there's some drainage system has been put in place underneath. There's pipe work, so there are several stripes of that fresher turf coming down the slope of the hill. They converge into one, which is heading towards the lake. I did notice backstage is a lot less. Usually there is a little stream running backstage, but this year it's much drier, so possibly, yes, this is evidence of a new underwater drainage system, possibly.
A second masseuse has arrived on site. No massaging going on yet. And keep an eye on whether they massage each other in order to prepare for doing massages on other people.
Got another Stetson over there. So we're listening to Witchbury here. It's Sunday. It's nearly 12 o'clock, so we're hopeful that we'll get some info from Maureen when she's back online down in the Cotswolds to tell us what happened in the year 45. Someone's already been to the merchandise stall, got one of those distinctive red carrier bags. I think she's bought a book rather than a record there.
She's also wearing a t-shirt saying rock and roll, so she's come to totally the wrong festival, but hopefully she'll enjoy herself. She may be converted.
Yes, there are a lot of people wearing t-shirts that just say the word folk on, who clearly come to the right festival, or have at least coordinated their t-shirt with the festival that they're attending.
There are also quite a few wearing ones that say FFS. I'm not sure if that's because they've turned up at the wrong festival or not.
Gentleman with very colourful t-shirt and knitted bag, and a very colourful hat covered in badges, clutching his programme, strides across.
I quite like that look, Craig.
It's a Bob Marley bag, actually. Bob Marley bag. Yes, he can carry it off.
I wouldn't be able to carry it off, but I admire those that can.
Well, if you can't dress like that at a folk festival, then what has the world come to?
No, I wonder if he arrived and put all that on, or whether he travelled here in that garb.
Man takes a sip of a cup of coffee from the backstage area. Yeah. It's a big urn always on the go there for hot water. Only instant coffee though. Got any proper coffee back there? There's some tea bags and herbal tea bags.
There's a very small queue at the tea and crepe stand over there. There's some people eyeing up the shakes stand. They've got young children in tow.
The gentleman with the white hair, the first first audience member on site, has now been to the bar. He's filled up his 5-pint plastic container and is heading back up towards his base. He's had his coffee. He's looked at his watch. Midday. That's an appropriate time to move on to something a little bit stronger. Big whistles, big round of applause there for Witchbury.
I think that's their concluding number. That's very enthusiastic. That's built up over time, that response. I think they've won the crowd over.
Absolutely won the crowd over there. They are going to be very pleased with that. That's what they would have been hoping. Start quite quiet and build it up, get the crowd, draw them round. It's a Sunday morning. It's not an easy crowd to pull over, but they've done that well there. Cheers for more, but you're not really allowed an encore at a festival unless you're one of the headliners.
Yeah, I think even then you have to build it into your timing, don't you? You have to finish a few minutes early in order to make space for an encore.
Yes, people always think it's an encore, but actually it's all very much pre-planned, isn't it? Gentleman with the stripy t-shirt just surveying the scene as he clutches his cup of coffee. Gentleman on the blue tarpaulin lying back, taking a chance to have a little nap before things get a little bit noisier. People now making their way over to the bar. 12 o'clock, I think that's okay. It's okay to have a beer at 12 o'clock. Some people almost finished their first one on the front here. New arrivals at the back there, just laying out their picnic blanket. Just having a check to see whether that's going to be a good position. They're under the tree. I think there's slight concern there about whether they're going to have leaves or seeds dropping on them, but they've decided to risk it.
I think you can have acorn tea, can't you, Craig? Like if an acorn dropped into your drink, that might not be a disaster.
No, unless you swallowed it without knowing and it got stuck in your throat. So it could be a choking hazard. So we're not advocating making your own acorn tea here. One thing we're not too worried about this year is the danger of wasps getting into sweet drinks. The state of the weather here means that wasp danger is quite low. I think we're at 1.1 on the wasp index this year. Last year, certainly on the Saturday, I think we were at 4.5 at one point.
Yeah, Jethro Tull fans are carving up before the act later on. There's a pizza being tucked into there. There's a burger and something being unwrapped in a foil package. Fries on either end.
Most people at the moment being quite restrained about getting their picnic out. You don't want to get it out too early, of course, and then find yourself getting hungry again at sort of 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. So it's quite important to pace your calorific intake on what could be quite a long day, particularly if here. Heads behind the sound booth. Back to his original position, I think. It's nice and soft underfoot there for him, where the grass is a little bit lusher. Yes, there he goes. Nice, he'll be happy with that. Stretches out, tries to... here we go.
Yes,
Excellent use
classic.
of the training shoe there as a makeshift drink holder. Perfect there, because he's on a little bit of a slope, but putting the pint there into the back of his shoe, perfect.
Explains why he's barefoot man. He's preparing for that moment.
Yes, you either have to bring an extra pair of shoes with you to be your drinks holder, or you do have to forsake the pair that you're wearing and press those into service instead.
And it's page 1 of a new novel that he's reading, not writing.
First waffle of the day comes past, and good to see someone got a bit of fruit on that. Yesterday, very, very chocolatey based. We were a little bit worried about whether people were getting enough fruit on board, but so good to see that one does have some strawberries, some new arrivals with their coffee. Very big holdall that he's got there, not quite sure. Maybe he has got some extra pairs of shoes to press into service as drinks holders. Tent, he might have a tent. Unfortunately, it's not a camping festival there, so he's going to have to carry that around all day because there is nowhere to pitch it, really.
Jethro Tull, 2007 Tour fan, takes a good bite from the beef burger, having leant right forward so that any crumbs or juice fall onto her fries, not onto her lap.
So Danielle now introducing the first act on the main stage, which is Yasmin Williams. I think she's come all the way from America. I don't know whether she's come all the way over America especially for this, or whether she's... oh, now, here we go. Here's the dune buggy, which we said was being used for various different things. Now got a lot of luggage on it. Not quite sure where that's being taken. Taken towards the... round the swing, past the falafel store. I think they're going to go... There is a little exit from the site between the waffle store and the East Asian street food store. I think they're going to be heading through there.
Could be going to folk on... Yeah, they're going to the folk on the slope stage, taking the back route there in the buggy.
Maureen is back online down in her little Cotswolds cottage, and she has very kindly sent through the events of the year 45 after the interns got the year wrong. So year 45, Plutarch was born, and Claudius expelled
the Jews
from Rome, and St. Paul began his first missionary travels. So thank you, Maureen. That probably explains why that gentleman was wearing a year 45 t-shirt. Big fan of St. Paul, perhaps.
Yes, probably not an anti-Semite. Probably more to do with the St. Paul's journeys. There's a young woman here who's got more bespoke nunchucker things rather than the other practitioner who appear to have mum's tights with a tennis ball in each toe. These have been made specially for swinging around. Tennis balls that appear to have ribbons stapled to them.
Yes, so she, one in each hand, she spins them round in circles, occasionally as in a little bit of an effect there where she crosses the arms and they spin around in front and behind her.
No messing about from Witchell. They're straight out front to meet their family and fans. Massive hug there from someone who I presume is Mum.
Very emotional reunion. Possibly haven't seen each other for a long time. Bit of a talk with one of the security staff as well, who's now off duty.
That could be Auntie who gave her a hug after that.
That could be Uncle.
Yep.
Uncle Dave, I think that might be.
I think that's Uncle by marriage, I think, not blood.
Yes, no, you can't see a familial resemblance. Big hug from, is that another aunt? I think that's another aunt, possibly. Or a family friend. Could be an aunt who's not really an aunt.
Honorary aunt.
An honorary aunt.
Oh, tangle of the Diablo there. Still practicing.
Big canopy being brought out by one of the events team there. So that's perhaps what those big tent pegs we saw earlier coming out were for. So there seems to be a little bit of a crossover between the fans of Witchbury and some of the event crew as well. The barefoot man puts away his novel, tucks his shoe into the inside pocket of his jacket and stands up, puts his bag on his shoulder, picks up his pint and walks down, strides down I would say, towards the stage to get a closer look of Yasmin Williams, who playing guitar, but she's also got little steel, well, they're not steel toe cuts. I think, is that a Blakey?
Yes.
A Blakey's on her shoes so that she can tap dance on, I think she's just tap dancing on her guitar case almost there, or maybe she's got a little wooden block on top of her guitar case. James is just going to have a little look at that.
Yes, so what we've got here, Craig, I've never seen on a stage anywhere before. She's got her feet, yes, on her guitar case, but then on top of the guitar case there is a wooden square.
Hey, Mosley,
and that's
what's up?
that she's tapping on. Hey Mosley, what's up?
I'm good. Sweet, me too. I'm super happy to be here. It's my first
Sweet,
time here.
super happy. She's definitely from American.
Definitely American.
Very upbeat, very smiley.
This looks awesome. Yeah, this is pretty dope.
Stage looks awesome. She's happy. She's bringing a great positivity to events.
Absolutely. Ray of sunshine on a slightly overcast day.
Help me. Mosley, okay. That's creative. That's cool.
I think in order, Craig, to be high enough up to have her feet on her guitar case
Let me know.
and then
It's been
on a
while.
board,
Finished this
I think
song
she might be
over a
sitting
year ago, and I've been trying to name it, and I can't. So, yeah.
on a
This next song is called
on a stool that's,
Telescopic.
yeah,
Thank you. If you have it,
almost like a drum.
it's good. It's great.
One of those things you put a drum kit, a tripod you put a drum on. Excellent. I like the innovation on the furniture. Also makes her more visible. Ah, that's it. And she's got a microphone just pointed down at her feet. The guitar case is sparkly purple. She's wearing very colourful flowery shorts possibly, and a gold sunshine yellow long sleeve top and a bandana, and she's wearing glasses. The bandana is multicoloured as well. Or she's employing one of those things that you put over the neck of the guitar to change the, I don't know, the length of it, the chord length thing. Gentleman there in a poncho that's got cannabis leaves embroidered on it.
just don't know whether she is going to sing or not, or whether she is just going to play. She has got the microphone there, as we've heard, because she's spoken to the crowd. She mentioned starting off with a couple of instrumental numbers to ease the crowd in before she starts singing.
While we've had our attention elsewhere, the Jethro Tull fans have demolished pizza, burger and fries. Former box office guy walks down the path of the replaced turf that we think is covering a drainage pipe. He's making his way down towards the stage there. The buggy returns from the folk on the slope, minus all the luggage.
Yeah, mother with the baby strapped to her front and a rucksack strapped to her back. Makes her way down, accompanied by other members of her family. They decide to stop just at the foot of our commentary position. Off comes the rucksack. I suppose that's more of a day bag than a rucksack. And they've decided against that, moved a little bit closer to the main stage. Got a good view there then of both of the stages here. The mother walks off with the child, leaving what could be the grandparents, I think.
Phantoman has sat up. He's ceased snoozing on his partner's lap and sits on one of those chairs with no legs.
Okay, cool. I did too. And I eventually beat the game, and all of the levels and stuff. And my parents bought me a guitar because of that. So that's how I got my first guitar, and that's how I started playing guitar.
It's a little origin story here
And I remember there being a lot of hard rock songs.
about being given a guitar as a present.
When I got my first guitar, I wanted to know a lot of Nirvana, like AC/DC, kind of Hendrix and stuff.
A reward for a completed computer game. And she's saying how she had a love of rock music.
Man has a drag on a cigarette. Lady has a drag on a vape machine. The lady reading the doing the crossword in the newspaper. Can't quite see what the paper is. One of the tabloid ones, so could be yesterday's Eye. Another gentleman has a puff on a cigarette. Steward blows her nose. Gentleman walks down with 2 drinks. Man looks at programme. Wife tucks purse back into shoulder bag. Man wipes some food from his mouth. Walks down, puts rubbish into the bin. Man walks whilst reading programme. Daughter puts arm round mother's shoulder. Mother puts arm round daughter's waist. Man walks with stick down to the front. Woman puts hands on hips. Picnic blanket blows closed in the wind. Young man sprints up the pathway. Mother grabs hand of toddler. Aeroplane flies overhead. Man stumbles as he weaves his way between picnic chairs. Stewards discuss what's going to be happening the rest of the day. Man takes off sweatshirt to reveal flowery t-shirt underneath. Security guard stands on patrol by emergency exit. Woman tucks mobile phone into back pocket. Lady invites man to sit next to her in front of the sound booth. Gentleman stands up, walks down to in front of the main stage. Lady lays out stripy picnic blanket, throws umbrella on top. Two friends have a deep conversation. Woman walks past with a cup of coffee in a paper cup. Boyfriend rubs back of girlfriend. Man lights roll up cigarette. Man screws top back onto water bottle. Boy scratches his knee. Woman carries red carrier bag. Woman arrives with plastic beer container.
Yasmin Williams has been playing this number using a guitar almost like a typewriter. She's got it on her lap and is using the pads of the fingers on both hands to tap and slide away on the strings of the guitar. She's now intermittently tapping on the wooden box of the guitar to make a percussive sound. And
But I got my first cologne from there because I saw it in the percussion section.
so we'll,
The family we saw arrive earlier. The baby's grandfather went off to get coffee while the grandmother stayed on guard. Now they're all reunited. Mother's managed to sit down while still having the baby strapped to her front. She'll be anxious not to wake the baby up. Just manoeuvres herself back onto a little cushion so she's not directly in contact with the grass. Two picnic chairs being carried up to the seated area. A member of the site team carries a box on their shoulder towards, I think, is going to be going to the merchandise store, so it might be CDs or t-shirts.
the bitch is back, according to the legend on a t-shirt up there. Not sure if they're referring to themselves or someone else.
So the couple who were here quite early have now moved, just packed up their position. They're heading towards the catering field. They probably come to have made a judgment call about whether they'll still be able to get a reasonably good spot. It is still quite a lot of space still available here on the picnic blanket area, so you could easily get in you'd probably get in a 3 metre by 3 metre tarpaulin if you really wanted to. That'd be a little bit selfish, but there are a couple of big gaps. A couple who were here yesterday in their traditional spots that they have every year. They managed to get that spot again today, so they'll be pleased with that. Maybe they sent scouts out earlier to check it out and phone in.
Gentleman pulls a chunky homemade sandwich out of a tin foil wrapper, looking very pleased with himself. Jasmine Williams is making good use of that unusual combination of the finger piano and the guitar across her lap. Again, no lyrics on this one, but still holding the audience entranced.
Someone wearing the correct musical genre t-shirts there with the word folk on. Saw someone wearing a rock and roll one earlier. I'll be a little bit embarrassed by their choice of t-shirt. They could go and buy a folk one from the merchandise stall, of course, which would save their blushes.
Man in green trousers and green shirt looks at a phone in a green phone case.
Do you have fruit with your picnic, James?
Oh yeah, you've got to have a bit of fruit. An apple would be my main choice.
Strawberries?
The thing with fruit and picnics is transportation, isn't it? You don't want them damaged on the way.
No, I think that's why you'd never take a raspberry to a picnic, I think.
No, you'd want to find your raspberry on site.
Strawberry's a little bit more robust fruit than the raspberry.
Yeah, I could be persuaded to take strawberry.
Mango?
Mango? No. Bit big.
What about pre-sliced mango from the shop?
Oh yeah, yes, expensive but very delicious. Yes, that is good. And don't get so messy eating that. Might take a little fork perhaps to try and eat it with, or a box of wet wipes.
Sometimes come with a fork, of course, those pre-packaged fruit boxes. Then, of course, you are into the whole single-use plastic situation.
I think there's something satisfying about making your own picnic from scratch at home, taking it somewhere and then unwrapping it all and eating it and feeling satisfied with yourself that you've sort of done it all under your own steam.
So would you make a fruit salad to take with you?
Fruit salad is a thing that I rarely instigate, but I'm very happy to have if someone instigates it for me.
Trifle?
That's not a salad item.
Fruit cake?
Yes. Foil wrapped fruit cake, definitely, yes. Yes.
With or without icing?
Without.
Victoria sponge?
Acceptable, yeah. Less robust than the fruit cake. But, I think I have been thinking quite a lot about samosas since you mentioned that, and I'm really coming around to the idea of them, and pakora as well.
Yes, we wouldn't make those yourself, would you?
They're beyond my...
It's quite specialist.
Yeah, yeah. Once I've retired, I think I might start trying to get into cooking such foods, but till then, I'll leave it to the experts.
You'd make your own sandwiches, though.
Oh, definitely, definitely.
Cucumber?
Yes. Yes, and I think the trick with that is to put a little bit of salt on it.
Cheese and tomato?
Very much so.
You do run the risk of the bread going soggy, though. That's
Yeah, I
the
don't
danger
mind.
with it. You don't mind?
Don't mind.
Interesting. Pre-sliced bread, or would you slice your own bread to make sandwiches?
I'm controversially quite a fan of the pre-sliced. In life, in general, slice your own, but picnic, it is good just to have. You want to maximise your content of your sandwich versus the bread.
There's a little bit more consistency as well, isn't there, with a sliced loaf?
Yeah, and speed. Get a good load going. Means you've also got something for your toast the next morning if you don't use all your normal bread up on your sandwiches. I'm a fan of the American sandwich. Very thick content to bread ratio.
Witch has turned up. Sorry, James. Young Witch has turned up. She'll be disappointed she's missed Witchbury, who were one of the first bands on, although they are still out front here, just celebrating their success with their members of their friends and family.
That might have been the sound engineer from the band.
The Witch?
Yeah.
Just done a little bit of finishing off, tidying up, coiling up cables, putting instruments back in cases. It's very young, but
Well,
you can start young, can't you?
So's our intern, so that's it. Building up.
Yes, we know what happened there. James just getting the rain gauge out. I think there is a few drops of rain in the air, so it's going to be interesting to see what the how the crowds react to that. Now there comes a waterproof jacket. No, she's just laying it on her partner there, who's just having a little rest. There's a lot of movement here, and this is a shame for Yasmin because quite a few of the members of the audience are now walking away from the stage. Those who haven't got a waterproof coat on, others deciding to stick it out and continue to support her, even though they're only wearing t-shirts.
Yeah, it was akin to panic yesterday, wasn't it, when it started to rain? Totally a disproportionate response. But yeah, maybe slightly more measured response today. We've got a visually impaired audience member there who is just being helped safely away from the field there.
Umbrellas coming out. Got a big green one there, which is big enough to rest on the ground and provide some shelter. Other smaller ones that are having to be held up by hand. There's a question for Maureen, actually, I think, about when the umbrella was invented. Yeah, I'm trying to imagine when it might have been invented and for what purpose. I've got a feeling it might be French. I don't know why.
Maybe it's one of those things where it's the best gauge is when a patent might have been taken out.
Which came first, the one of the parasol or the umbrella?
Yeah.
See, a parasol feels to me like might be Chinese, Japanese invention. I mean, Chinese invented most things.
Because it could have been that they invented the parasol and then they thought, hold on, if we made this waterproof, it would help us in the rain. Or it could be someone had an umbrella and it got very hot and they think, hold on, I could keep the sun off. Yeah.
We don't know.
No, and I think part of the problem is that you can imagine a big leaf, a big tropical leaf being put over your head before... Yeah, before any sort of man-made materials were available. So then, sort of a segue into an umbrella. What constitutes an umbrella? What elements of it have to be in place for it to go from a head covering? Is the collapsibility the key feature?
What's the derivation of the word? There's a lot of things for Maureen to get her teeth into there before she goes off for Sunday lunch.
Yeah, I think it is an umbrella term that covers all manner of rain shielding.
Sorry, James, the sides of the sound booth have just been unwound to provide some protection to the very expensive equipment that's in there. The man returns with a cup of coffee for his partner, and they've got one of those sort of raffia bamboo type picnic rugs, and quite cleverly have folded over part of it to protect their legs, whilst the upper parts of their body are protected by a waterproof coat. I think the partner, he's just saying, I don't think it's going to be too bad. It was okay over when I went to get coffee. She's saying, why didn't you bring a coat? He's saying, well, I think it's going to be okay. I don't really need a coat. I've got my hat. And he rubs his eyes. I don't want this argument again. We had this discussion last year about what coat to bring. I told you then, I brought a coat last year and it was cart it around all day, didn't need it. And, so this year I decided not to. Just have your coffee, forget it.
So I think Yasmin Williams, it's quite samey. It's like really beautiful music, which is quite samey, but I think that's because I'm not listening carefully enough. I think it's in the detail. I think each number is actually different in its own exquisite way. It's just when you're commentating on other stuff at the same time, it's more difficult to distinguish between the numbers.
2 banana skins safely put into the bin beneath us. And it's stopped raining again now. I think that was a very brief little shower, barely a shower really. I don't think you could even credit it with calling it a shower. Not even drizzle, I don't think. Raindrops. Might be another one for Maureen actually. Different types of precipitation. So she's very quick since she's got her new fibre broadband down there in the Cotswolds. So according to Maureen, the 4,000 years ago in Egypt, of course the Egyptians invented a parasol to provide shade. I was right, James. The foldable umbrella was invented by French, I think that's a man, Jean, violinist, who's been playing on the Folk on the Slope stage. Comes over and gives a hug to the members of Witchbury. So I don't think they were able to see each other. The violinist is pointing to the Janice Long says, what you were playing on there? Oh, hang on, we were only playing on the Folk on the Slope stage. How come you got that gig then and we got... anyway, looks like there's no hard feelings. He does scratch his head a little bit in wondering how that happened, but he's managed, seems like he's happy for them.
We were musing yesterday that the Folk on the Slope field is like a little bit of time travelling back to the...
and spoken word events are happening, and he reaches the exit. And now we'll be heading past the drinking water station of the toilets, and he's going to have a little decision to make when he gets there, whether to use one of the many portable loos or to head for the urinals, which are tucked away discreetly behind some Harris fencing, covered in tarpaulins to spare the blushes of the users and the viewers. So of course it depends what it is that he has gone up there for, whether he's gone for number 1 or number 2, but we can only speculate as we can't see from here, and we need to give people just a little bit of privacy as well.
woman breaks a croissant into sections in order to eat it. Consider croissant a morning food. But if it's left over, there's no point in throwing it away after midday.
Can go a little bit chewy, though, a croissant, of course.
How do you feel about croissants cut in half with cheese?
Well, I'm off cheese because of doctor's orders. So, in fact, even a croissant really is out of bounds for me these days. So I would steer clear of buttery French baked goods at the moment. Really, historically, I would have been, yeah, I think with ham as well. Historically, I think ham and cheese in a croissant, I'd have been very pro that. But sadly, those days are over.
Now, officially, this is single denim, but it is a denim jumpsuit.
Got a denim jumpsuit and got denim dungarees, but with sort of canvas webbing straps on them. So that's a good look got going on there. He's got a, I think he might be. He's either American or dressed like an American. I'm not sure. I think he's from Birmingham. He's just dressed like an American
Mechanic?
Mechanic, yeah. I think. Yep. Obviously, those dungarees are far too clean to him genuinely to be a mechanic. Unless they're his Sunday best overalls, dungarees.
Yeah, I don't know how. There's a general anti-double denim thing goes on. Is that about all over denim being bad, or just having two different items, both of denim being tricky?
I think it's having two different items, because you could have different shades of denim, and I think that's what people object to. Personally, I'm quite relaxed about it, but I know others balk at the idea.
I like the all denim jumpsuit. I've not seen that before, and she's got one of those. If it's a shawl or a jacket with the buckskin look and tassels all down the arms. So you're coordinated with her partner, who's got very new looking boots on as well.
Gentleman counts out his cash. He away from the rest of the family, and he separates half of it out, and he's handing it over to the singer of Witchbury, half of it, and she's saying, why? He says, well, go and get yourself something nice. They give each other a hug. She pats him on the back, and I wonder what she'll spend that on. Whether she'll spend it in the merchandise stall on another band's CDs, or whether she'll save it, put it into a savings pot to buy some new strings. A few little raindrops coming down again, but quite good timing really, because it's coming to the end of Yasmin on the main stage. The graffiti artist arrives, rubs his eyes, big sigh. He's got his Red Bull again, throws off the tosses one canister into the bin. So I think we're heading for another day of breathing in quite toxic fumes from beneath us. Hopefully the breeze will help to carry them away. No sign of the gentleman who went to the toilet earlier after asking directions from the steward just beneath our commentary position. He might have taken the opportunity to get something else to drink while he's up there.
Might have to lobby the people at Mosley Folk to install an in-tractor fan below us here, which would suck noxious fumes from the outdoors indoors to protect us.
He's getting a step ladder out now, just so that he'll be a little bit higher up, and the fumes will just be a little bit closer to us. So apologies, listeners, if we do start stop making sense, as talking heads would say. That'll be the fumes talking. Now the mother who had baby strapped to her front is now feeding the baby, which has meant she's had to take a coat off. And out comes some plastic ponchos, I think, from backstage, carried by one of the security staff. And yep, there comes the fumes from the spray paint. And a big round of applause for Yasmin there. She waves, she bows, she thumbs up. And she, another thumbs up as she walks back towards the back of the main stage.
Very sunny presence, very well received there, Craig.
We could do with another sunny presence of the sun itself. As a few more raindrops begin to fall, but interesting to see how the crowd react to that outcome. Cagoule there, the rest of them fleeing from the main stage there, just having a little discussion about their favourite bit of Yasmin's set there. Got umbrella goes up, people are standing up. The gentleman who had the discussion with his wife about whether he should have bought a coat or not, now looking not quite as smug as he was when it stopped raining. She gets her coat on, struggling a little bit to get her sleeves in, but he's not helping her. He could help her, but she's managing to do it on her own. Very little spotty umbrella comes up from our new arrivals there. Out comes another black waterproof coat, and a picnic blanket goes away, put into a shoulder bag. Yeah, fumes from the graffiti artist now gently wafting up to our commentary position. It's a very heady cocktail there for us to breathe in.
He's not left himself much space, to be honest, Craig.
No, hopefully it's quite a small person that he's trying to draw, or I suppose he could draw them as if he was a long way away from them.
Yeah, I think it's Mr. Rotull today he's doing.
Oh yes. And a gentleman sprints behind the sound position. He's got a bandana on his head, so he's got some protection from the rain. And a man without the coat, resolutely determined either not to put it on or to pretend that he's not worried about getting a little bit wet. A couple down there wishing they bought a slightly bigger umbrella. They are struggling both to get underneath that one. It's going to be interesting to see what the umpires decide today, whether this is enough rain to stop play or whether they will carry on.
As the return of my favourite rainbow segmented umbrella right at the top of the field there.
Ah, he has bought a coat. He has bought a coat. We thought perhaps he hadn't, but he has, and it puts it up now over his shoulders. One without a zip. So it has to go over his head.
There's an unusual paisley patterned umbrella there, which I am enjoying.
Maureen, we now know that the umbrella was invented in 1701, the folding umbrella, by the French. Umbrella coming from the Latin umbra, meaning shadow. Thanks to Maureen for that research.
Not sure if you already spotted it, Craig, but the gentleman using the umbrella to shield his legs, whilst the upper half of him is shielded by a raincoat, which must mean it's a telescopic umbrella with a very short arm.
The man with the yellow hat is back, but I think he's got a stripy hat today. I think it's the same man, but just with a different hat. So good for him for ringing the changes. The lady just gingerly makes her way down the hill, holds out a cup of coffee for her partner, hands it over. He's got a bright orange coat on, so he can't be missed. That's a good move, that, actually, because when it does get busy on the field down there, it's quite hard to spot the rest of your party, particularly today when a lot of people are wearing black waterproof coats, but he's wisely worn a bright orange one there, so no chance of him being confused with anyone else. Well, he could be confused with someone else in a bright orange coat, I suppose.
The couple who had the love seat two-seater picnic chair are now both occupying halves of that, and the chair to their left they've covered over with a waterproof. There's a small transparent umbrella with appropriately musical notes on it. She is holding the umbrella in her right hand, he is holding the food in his left hand, and they're sharing it, which is a beautiful scene.
A couple just arriving down here, just checking their wristbands to check whether they've got the right accreditation to go into the Black Swan bar. They flash the wristband, yes they have, and in they go. They're in for a treat back there. It is a world of wonder back there. Apologies for those people who didn't spend a little bit extra to see what's back there.
Yeah, Black Swan is particularly spectacular, and well worth the extra fee to go and see.
Now a crowd beginning to gather at the front of the Janice Long stage now, in anticipation of the next act on there, which is John Francis Flynn, I think, at 1 o'clock. So big crowd, big fan base made their way here today. They'll be hoping that the rain holds off and that rain won't stop music being played. It's okay for the musicians, of course, because they are undercover. Less good for the crowd. It's a ball. It's not a balloon there. It's a ball on a string down there. So we're yet to see the arrival of any balloon modelling. I'm hoping that we might be able to see some of that later on in the day. Man in a bright fluorescent cycling jacket taps his feet. Man points up towards the toilet. Man scratches the side of his face. Man eats a crisp. Woman eats a sandwich. Man rolls a cigarette.
The man with the unusual headgear has leant forward, so I can see him now, and I still have no idea what country that originates from. I've little knowledge of Peruvian headwear, but I think it might be from Peru. Or Upper South American, Chilean, possibly, or maybe it's Nepalese.
Jethro Tolfan just finishing off the last of his healthy snack, tosses the bag into the bin. Coat's coming back out again. Got a yellow plastic poncho coming out there. We've seen the clear ones. First yellow one we've seen. Be interested to see what range of colours do appear during the rest of the day.
Yeah, it's good having transparent ponchos because you can see your festival garb underneath them.
Yep, still able to see which band you've come to see. Not sure whether Witchbury had any of their own T-shirts or not, whether they've got any on sale in the merchandise tent. They might want to think about that for next year.
It's
Or sideline, possibly.
It's quite good because it's both a place and a band. You could double up your opportunities for sales.
Yes, so if you've got any left over at the end of a gig, you could pass them on to the Witchbury tourist office, and they'd be able to shift them, make a nice Christmas present. And then if you get a bigger tour, you could buy them back or get them back and then have them reprinted with your tour dates on the back.
Might be worth considering having a band called London or something like that. Increase your market.
Yep. Or then what the biggest city in the world is, actually,
well, there's
these days. Sao Paulo?
Yeah, it's not just about
metropolitan
size.
Area we're into there as well, aren't we?
It's also not just about size, it's about sort of glamour, because there's lots of massive cities in China. But I'm not sure sales of merchandise, like New York, lots of New York merchandise, but not necessarily right there as one of the mega cities.
No, true. Would you call your folk band New York? I'm not sure.
Well, you could do.
Well, I could do, no one's... I don't know, are you allowed to though, or is it copyrighted in the word New York? Witchbury, clearly not copyrighted.
I think it'd be better off calling it upstate New York. That's more of a folk tradition there, I think.
Anyway, John Francis Flynn, they've started to play now. It is just after 1 o'clock, so pretty much on time there, just running a couple of minutes late. Little rain delay perhaps there.
There's a bit of a pronoun issue with some of these bands sometimes, where it appears to be a person and then there's more than one of them, so you start calling them they. John Francis Flynn. Maybe a he, maybe a they. It's difficult to tell because it's all just atmospherics washing around. Actually, this might just be a sort of entrance music. Might not be on stage at the moment, although that would be quite a bold move for the Janice Long stage.
It's quite atmospheric. Ambient, I would say that was ambient.
Yep.
There's a little bit of ambience coming off the stage, so we can't actually see this stage. We could do with some rear view mirrors to be able to see in there. I'm trying to lean out, but do run the risk of falling onto the graffiti artist. Oh, he's actually he's not painting Mr. Tull. He's doing finishing touches to the Robin Volk portrait. So maybe not quite happy with that.
So he's just he's on his own, John. He's a multi-instrumentalist.
Can hear multi-instruments actually. I think it's a quite traditional song he's singing. I think Martin Carty might have sung this one yesterday actually. He's not here today though, so probably won't be too cross about that fact.
Well, he might be proud that he inspired this choice.
So we've got a witch over there, and now we've got a wizard arriving, young wizard as well. So, maybe something's going on today. Maybe there is some witchcraft course happening. We've got wood turning and spoon making, so possibly there is a little witchcraft course going on as well.
Oh, there's a man with a sort of wizardy type stick over there as well, sort of wiggly staff.
Yes, so possibly there is a little wizard witch workshop going on. Good to get them young, of course, inspire the next generation of practices of the dark arts.
Talking of the dark arts, it's a green beard today to go with the green shirt.
Yes, it was blue earlier when he was driving the litter buggy, so he's obviously found time to go green for the day.
It was a Gorbachev shirt yesterday. Not sure if there are any deceased global statesmen depicted on his shirt today because it's underneath a blue waterproof. Actually, young child's just tripped over there in exactly the same spot as a child tripped over yesterday. On that occasion, we accused the flooring of being responsible for that, but the flooring's gone and the trip remains.
Yes, there's a little bit of uneven ground there, and I think the surface here is still firm. I don't think the rain that we've had has been enough to soften it to good to firm, so I think we are still firm here. So people do need to take a little bit of care if they've got weak ankles or they are prone to stumbling.
Man looks like he's got 3 sticks of asparagus strapped to his hat, but can't be true, so I'm going to try and zoom in a bit on the binoculars to see what is going on there.
First Wellingtons of the day appearing.
I think it is asparagus. I think it's just knitted asparagus.
I don't know if did we work out yesterday? I say we. Did our research team work out where Wellingtons came from? I'm presuming it's the Duke of Wellington.
Yes.
Maureen has been on the case, even though we didn't actually ask for these statistics. But Tokyo, population of 37 million. Delhi, population of 32 million. Wychbury is a hill fort near Stourbridge, which was an Iron Age settlement, population unknown. So actually sales of t-shirts for that might be quite small.
Yeah, hill fort, I'm not sure where you... Do you have a visitor centre there? Possibly not.
Thank you, Maureen there.
Tokyo. I think folk band, you couldn't really get away with a folk band called Tokyo unless your music was Japanese folk, possibly. Delhi? Delhi.
I'm not sure it's called Delhi. Is it even called Delhi anymore? I'm not sure it is. Oh man, make very quick progress down to the front of the stage there. Oh, I thought that was a fly. I think that's just the aerosol can being sprayed. Thought I had a fly or a wasp buzzing around us. But, got to the root of that.
And strides down the field in a brocade waistcoat.
Man in a Cardiacs t-shirt. He was wearing that t-shirt yesterday. No, Friday he was wearing that t-shirt. Unless it's a different Cardiacs fan.
That'll be right. Wear it Friday, wash it Saturday, wear it Sunday.
Yeah, I didn't see him yesterday, so I don't know whether he did wash it or not, or whether he has just worn it for 3 days running.
I think he wore it Friday. It was wet on Saturday, so he couldn't come to the folk festival. Dry today. He's wearing it. He's here.
Do you think he's only got one t-shirt?
Only one Cardiacs t-shirt.
They're not playing either. I think the lead singer of the Cardiacs is he's dead actually. I think, as is Lemmy. We worked out yesterday. One of our listeners kindly informed us. Thank you to them.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we had a huge preponderance of t-shirts for one band one year, whether that would subliminally influence the programmer to book that band for the following year.
Seen a few Bob Marley t-shirts. I think that would struggle to book him.
But I think the Wailers did appear on the Related festival earlier this year.
That is true, so maybe that did have an influence. John Francis Flynn, singing a, quite sure what you call this. There's a Johnny Flynn as well as another folk musician, but it's not him.
I think a dirge is actually a musical form, isn't it?
Yes, I don't think it would be too derogatory to call it that. So you might not want to call him that to his face. And we haven't seen him, so I don't know how he's built.
I think you'd want to check first with a friend whether it's an offensive term before trying it on him.
Yes, is dirge a musical term or an offensive term for a piece of music that you don't like and it's very slow?
Dirge rock, I can imagine that.
Dirge rock.
It's like shoegazing, droney dirge rock.
Like grime.
I think I'd like
grime, you have dirge.
I think I'd like it, dirge.
Well, maybe this is what this is. Do you like this?
Yeah, don't mind it.
There we go. A new musical form invented in front of your very ears here at Mosley Folk Festival.
It's probably not such a good name for a band.
No, there are. I don't think there are any places called dirge. There might be. Maybe there are in the Midwest somewhere. Your dirge city.
Yeah, there's enough places in the Midwest for them to be named after most things.
Dirge City, I think, would have a population of about 700. No, less than that. I think Dirge City have a population of about 45. I think.
Yeah, you imagine the youth would move away.
There'll be a gas station, and maybe a motel,
And a gun shop.
and that would be it. I think anywhere is called a city in America, isn't it? Whether it's a city or not, I think. Gentleman in a very beautiful shirt there, with very tropical, with parrots and lotus flowers, I think. He's also bringing a little bit of sunshine with a Fleetwood Mac t-shirt. They're not playing either.
There's Rapid City in Wyoming, I think it is, and that would be a good road from Dirge City to Rapid City.
Pink poncho, got pink poncho, yellow poncho, and they obviously the more recognisable clear ones. I wonder what came first, the umbrella or the poncho?
Oh, the poncho.
And were ponchos always waterproof?
No, not always waterproof. And yes, poncho first, and it might even have been that the invention of the umbrella was someone going to France with a poncho, and the inventor added structure to the poncho so it wasn't reliant on the bone structure of the wearer to make it independent of the human, hence the shadow of the poncho.
Thank you, James. The sound engineer walking around front of house with his iPad. He looks at the sky and decides probably should put that away before it gets too wet.
Man wearing a bucket hat. If he wore it the other way up, he could collect water in it.
The family arrive there. They're already in their coats, so they're obviously set out knowing that there was going to be a little bit of rain today.
It's a blackberry day today. It was a red berry yesterday, or beret, not berry. Yes, blackberry, beret, French hat there being worn.
Now the couple who we saw go into the backstage bar earlier, I don't think they bought a coat unless he's managed to get one folded up inside that carrier bag from the merchandise store, and she's got one folded up inside her handbag. She's just putting her scarf over her head. He's wearing shorts and t-shirt, so I don't think they're going. I think they're going to be looking for an opportunity to buy or borrow one of these plastic ponchos, possibly. Big round of applause from the crowd assembled. The rain hasn't dampened the spirits of the crowd gathered here to listen to John Francis Flynn.
Now, a couple there encountering the issue I often have, where they very deliberately ordered their drinks, two of them, and they get them back, and then they can't work out whose is whose. Despite having made a specific decision which one they want to drink, they then actually can't identify which one it is, because they took an initial sip, then they swapped and sipped again, and then they swapped back. But they are now satisfied that they have their drinks of choice.
Man takes some fish and chips backstage, and another man hands out some of those plastic ponchos.
Now, the man who was here yesterday in a green leather jacket has returned with a similar green but waterproof jacket, similarly tightly tailored, and he's again back on the Guinness, or the dark stout, to match his black jeans. I think he's got his, can't remember if it was,
Yeah, he's still got his desert boots on.
it's the
Yeah,
same
they're
black
just
desert
looking a little
boots.
bit dusty. Looking a bit dusty, because
That's
as
what
you
put me
said,
off.
it is very dry here still, despite the few bits of rain that we have had. It's a very dusty surface.
He stood in the same space as he was yesterday. He
Burger.
seemed to be a fan of the Orange River, what's his name's?
Remedy.
Remedy, thank you. But he's obviously also just a folk fan, because he's here and they're not on the bill today.
Yeah, wearing a little, what do we think that was? Is that a newspaper boy hat?
I think so, yes. He's just taken it off, looked at the top of it and put it back on again. Not quite sure what he was checking.
Quite impractical though for a newspaper boy, because it's white, and if you're a newspaper seller, you're going to get a lot of newsprint on your fingers. So that, I think that's a more fashion newspaper boy hat than a genuinely practical newspaper boy hat.
Yes, very stylish man. And so it probably is the style rather than the functionality for him. Don't see many newspaper sellers today. First Morris man of the day there.
Yes, they'll be running their maypole workshop up, usually up on the tennis court, so I imagine they'll be doing it there as well, as long as, I don't know whether there's an added element of danger if it's slightly damp underfoot. It is an all-weather surface, the tennis court up there, so I think that'll probably be safe to do maypole dancing workshop.
Man has an umbrella there that is decorated at the pattern of autumn leaves.
Woman arrives with a bright pink raincoat, and she just spotted her friends, who were quite hard to spot because they were under wearing their waterproofs and hiding under umbrellas, whereas she would have been much easier to find because she's in a bright pink waterproof.
She has a bag that says "Yes, Bab" on the side of it. I'm a little disappointed when she took it off that the reverse side didn't have "No Bab" on it.
She's got one of those little fold-out steps that you often find in your, often maybe use in a kitchen to reach up to the top of a cupboard to get the a tin of baked beans out that you've been saving for an emergency, or the fondue set that you were bought one Christmas and have never used, but the people who bought it for you are coming round, so you have to get up to the cupboard to reach it. So she's got one of those, and she's sitting on one of those. So, which is, yeah, it's an interesting one there. Whether that's okay or not, it hasn't really made her too much taller. But, when is a step a seat?
John Francis Flynn's moved from the dirge to the drone.
He might be going through the alphabet. We might get Elegy next for E. Might get the Fandango. Then Grime.
I don't think we're going to go Europop.
I don't. That's in his wheelhouse, he said. the massive umbrella over there by the entrance to the bar area, and held by one of the security staff. Obviously, when you've worked in the security game for as long as they have, you know that a big umbrella is going to be really useful. The trouble is, of course, it's so big, it's difficult to hold it up without getting exhausted. So now he's trying to somehow wedge it into the Harris fencing, but he can't quite find a way of doing that. Could do with some cable ties maybe, so he's decided to collapse it. So big, he loses himself inside it for a moment.
Listeners, Craig is not exaggerating there. I think you could safely jump out of an aeroplane holding that umbrella, and if your grip was strong enough, you could land safely.
Yes, although umbrellas under quite windy conditions do have a tendency to fold in on themselves, and they will fold out on themselves rather, so that you would run the risk of that happening if you were to use it as a parachute.
Yeah, you want to conduct some tests first.
Green ponchos, but over there, not the see-through, not the translucent plastic ones though. Those are made out of rain jacket material.
If you put a wire round the rim of the umbrella connecting the little spines, the ribs, that would stop it flipping out, as Craig says. So that would be safer then to jump out of an aeroplane with it like that. It's a little adjustment that they could think of making.
So we've got some ethereal sounds coming off the stage now. Slightly terrifying as well. Banshees. I don't exactly know how a wailing banshee sounds like, but I imagine it might be a little bit like that.
The man with the Susie Sue t-shirt from yesterday would be enjoying that moment.
Father just finishing off burger and chips. Made short work of that.
And, baby has a nappy change. Well, it's a sort of toddler more than a baby, but just sort of lying down on the ground there, having a nappy change, with the mother blowing bubbles in the air to distract the baby from crying during that operation. Later on, there's going to be an industrial amount of bubbles coming out of the machine over there. You could change many nappies underneath that.
So we've got a drone, and I think that's a penny whistle as well, and we've also got some kind of drumming or thumping going on. So the multi-instrumentalist is certainly showing why he's known as that, because we've got about 4 different instruments playing and only one person playing them. The tempo is going up now. One man is really going for it down here in his raincoat. Other people started to jig. This is early jigging here today. I think we didn't get really get jigging yesterday until around about time did we get jigging yesterday. Just referring back to my notes from yesterday, I don't think we got jigging until about 3 o'clock yesterday. We're only at 1:15, and we've already got jigging and bouncing and slight uncontrolled arm movements. Little girl decides it's too loud for her, asks her mum if they could go back a little bit further back. A lot of younger children yesterday wearing ear defenders so they didn't have to listen to the music. Haven't seen any of those here yet today, possibly because all their favourite folk bands are on today.
I think this number has hit a particular frequency that's causing discomfort to the young man down there. I think his dad's fashioning a pair of ear defenders out of a torn up tissue there. Scrunch that up, shove it in your lug hole. There we go, one in each ear. I think that's testing his son's commitment to ear protection.
Got a little bit of shoegazing as well here. I think eyes closed, being overtaken by the rhythms dancing, that is.
The tight tennis ball nunchuckers are back. He's got them on a short length at the moment.
There's another poncho arrived here. This is again a fabric, waterproof fabric one.
Sorry to interrupt, Craig, but that is the ethnic hat whose origins I have no idea of. A little stringy bit poking up.
Yeah, it's got little, rather like an anglerfish, has a little light coming out of the top of their head. He's got a similar protuberance coming out the top of his head. Big round of applause there, and then music suddenly stops.
I think it might be Nepalese.
Yes, he might be he could be a Sherpa for Everest. Before he retired to enjoy folk festivals. So quite a few people moving away now from the picking up their blankets. Although the rain has stopped again, so they might come to regret that if they find their pictures gone. New pair arrived down here. They've got a, I think that's a new picnic blanket they've bought there. Also brought some reading matter with them. And they've got their food ready to go. They're going to cover the picnic blanket with a softer woolen blanket. I think one is saying, did you remember to bring the cheese? No, I thought you'd packed it. I'm just putting something into the pocket there, not quite sure what that was. Possibly some cutlery. They've got an umbrella as well. Putting that up. And, sitting down. And there goes the waterproof fabric ponchos in front of us.
Yeah, she's got a book, something about Cleopatra, which they'll tuck into later on after they've had this food that they've just bought.
He's Irish, John Francis, when I was trying to work out the accent there.
Might have been a Boran in there somewhere.
Boran, but no Sporran. He's having a discussion with the audience there. They're nodding their head in agreement. Cracked some joke there that's made them all laugh. Must have been very funny jokes there. Really laughing now. Couldn't quite hear what it was.
Could chisel himself out a slot at Speaker's Corner later on, perhaps. Music act down here. Nip up there to do a comedy turn.
I think the bubble machine is back on again, or someone has bought their own bubbles.
Could be another nappy being changed somewhere.
Man finishes off his cigarette.
Graffiti artist seems to have brought in a consultant who's just comparing the picture below us to the one in the programme of the same gentleman. Maybe adjusting images slightly.
New arrivals there, just found a nice spot there, just judged that well there and recognised that they could get their blanket in gap there between the people we saw arrive very early with the orange plastic bivvy bag. He settles down, takes off his suit jacket, undoes the buttons of his colourful waistcoat. He takes that off as well. It's quite muggy, as we said earlier. He untucks his shirt, rubs his hair, rubs his face, and his partner just eating, I think that could be falafel, possibly.
Don't know if the festival team have had words from our colleagues at the Met Office, but a massive peg has just been hammered into the ground for an extra guy rope strap to be attached to the back of the mixing desk gazebo. But briefly, one of the site team was adding a metallic percussion track, collaborating with the artist on stage now. It was quite effective. They might consider adding that metal on metal hammering to this number. Worked well. There's another Morris dancer appeared, a second that we've seen today, so they are gathering. They seem very proud of their uniforms. They seem to wear them, certainly from the moment they're on site. There's no question of them just putting them on just before their act. So as it is part of the advertising of your act, costume, you know, there is going to be Morris work coming up soon. She is wearing, I think they're clogs, which have got bells attached to the laces. They look like absolutely brand new clogs, or hobnail boots possibly. They look like they would take a very long time to wear in. Could be blisters for a while for her. Oh, the two newcomers there that Craig was commentating on have had a third member of their party arrived. A gentleman in a zip-up black hoodie. He's got a burger. The two women have pizzas. And they are all trying to cram in under a smallish black umbrella. I think if the programmers of the festival know their onions, which I'm pretty sure they do, probably have quite an up-tempo act on next on the main stage.
It's all very carefully thought out, not just thrown together. There were years of planning go into it, the tactics for when to put an act on and when to take an act off, what to put next to each other. Yeah, young people with the Diablo over the far side there, still practicing, working away at that. And the homemade nunchucks made out of a pair of tights. Man in the Bob Marley, that is a poncho, isn't it? But it's not a waterproof poncho.
No, exactly.
And doesn't have... it does have a hood, actually. It does have a hood. It's more for warmth, I think, rather than for rain protection. But actually, it's brightening up again a little bit. A number of people have taken off their waterproof coats now. The two friends we saw arrive a moment ago and get their blanket out. They've been joined by a third friend, and they're all trying to get under. They're just testing the rain with the putting their hand out, realise it's not raining, and so they can concentrate on eating their burger and pizza. And I think that might be a dessert that the one is eating there.
I think officially listeners at home, you're not supposed to be listening to the music because you haven't got a licence to broadcast that, but You might have noticed in the background there that John Francis Flynn was detonating some almost foghorn screeching sounds as part of that number, which woke a few people up in front of us.
And we're getting a bit more up-tempo, so perhaps he's built this into his own set, is that he ends on a foot stomper. And it's certainly got heads nodding. We've got side-to-side swaying. We've got some quite vigorous dancing there. We've got Mum dancing with her little daughter. They were here yesterday, actually. Daughter's still got her colourful Wellington boots on. Her mum's got less colourful, more practical farmyard Wellington boots on. No word from Maureen yet about the where or when the Wellington boot was invented.
And was the Battle of Wellington named because it was Wellington's battle, or it took place in a place called Wellington?
I don't know, there is Wellington in near Telford in Shropshire, but I don't think that's where the Wellington boot comes from, maybe. Obviously Oldham is the home of the tubular bandage. I don't know if Wellington, Shropshire, is home of the Wellington boot.
I suppose if he was the Duke of Wellington, you'd need a Wellington to be Duke of, and if you were inventing the boot, you'd probably do it at home, so it all stacks up, I think.
And if you were the Earl of Sandwich, you'd probably need a sandwich for your lunch.
Yeah, you probably make the sandwich in Sandwich, and then you'd probably go somewhere else to eat it. There's a young girl in a purple waterproof here with her hands to her ears. And she picks her nose. Has to take one of her hands off an ear in order to pick her nose. Now she's got back to both hands on over ears. Now Mum's helpfully putting her hands over her child's ears. The Ear Defenders is a possible superhero troupe that the children's animation group might consider doing.
Big scream from John Francis Flynn there, so I hope everything's okay. We can't see what's happening there. Hope all is well on the stage there. The crowd don't look too perturbed, so it can't be anything too horrific.
No, I think it might be that his foghorn sounding device has broken and he's just replacing that with his own vocal interpretation of it. Keep an eye to see if the Yes Bab woman holds her bag aloft with that slogan at the end of this number. A security guard in a genre-busting orange waterproof top is stood in front of us.
Yes, the rest of the team seem to be in black anoraks, but he orange, whether that means he's the boss or whether it means he's new to the game and has to wear orange so that people know he doesn't quite know what he's doing yet. And then he graduates to a black one.
A woman who's coordinated her hair to match her daughter's pink.
Oh no, he's head of security.
dress.
Sorry, James. It actually says on the back of the coat, head of security. So obviously, you have to work your way up to be able to get an orange security coat. Apologies to him.
Yes, that's saying a woman who's obviously dyed her hair pink to match her daughter's flaccid tutu comes on stage. The daughter applauding John Francis Flynn there. That's his last number, I think. Yep. Audience turning away. The sound mixer wanders back with his tablet computer to the front of the stage, happy that another number has been negotiated. Just 4 more acts for him to mix now this year.
As the crowd disperse, gentleman in a Bob Marley t-shirt again is going to be disappointed to find that Bob Marley isn't featuring this year, or his Wailers. Neither is Dweeble Zappa. A gentleman with got the wrong festival t-shirt on as well. He's got the Wickham Festival t-shirt on. He could make his way up to the merchandise store, buy himself a Mosley Folk Festival t-shirt to replace that one. So a couple in discussion about whether they should go and get lunch now. It's 1:45, so you sort of missed peak lunch time queue you'd have hoped at the catering field. But, so you don't want to go too early. Yeah. A man delivers a can to his partner. She looks happy with what he's managed to forage and bring back there. He takes a seat down next to her.
It was a bit of a rush on jerk chicken, Craig, but apart from that, I think it's a quick service, so a chance for people to get there, get some food and get back before the next act.
News from our researcher Maureen. Thank you, Maureen. And we raised a question about the origin of the Wellington boot earlier, and apparently, of course, yes, would be linked to the Duke of Wellington, who had his shoemaker modify his existing Hessian boot into the style that we now recognise as the Wellington boot. So we've got the Duke of Wellington's shoemaker to thank for keeping our feet dry. Of course, we're not going to need a Wellingtons here today because it's going to stay nice and dry, we hope, for the rest of the afternoon.
I think that's next year's hipster trend, Craig, the Hessian Wellington boot.
Yes, can't imagine it offers a huge amount of protection, the Hessian Wellington.
Now you'll see it in Sturchley first, and then it will make its way here.
Oh, now this is interesting. The guitarist from Wychbury has decided to use the poncho to protect the guitar case rather than themselves. So placing greater value on their instrument and their own health and well-being.
Yeah, I think he's less likely to warp in the rain than the guitar will.
Yeah, man with his daughter on his shoulders. She waves to someone further back on the crowd. Now he's got to weave his way carefully through here now. Luckily, quite a few gaps have opened up, and he makes his way past the back of the sound booth. He's trying to find a clear path. He waves now. Let go briefly there, but hasn't dropped the child. She's got Wellington boots on. And now they make their way over down towards the main stage. Game of catch going on down beneath us here.
I've been watching that, Craig. It's absolutely fantastic reflexes from the dad. Daughter's still working on it.
He's doing well now. He's got a beer in one hand, so he's managed to do one hand. Oh, he misses that one though, and that's rolled off in front of the Janice Long stage there. He retrieves it, she slips, he waves, and she's got Wellington boots on as well, see-through Wellington boots, so we can all still see what tights she's wearing. She throws it high up in the air, way over his head, and into Wychbury. He retrieves that without disturbing them too much, and again she fails to catch it. She throws it again, and he has his back turned, and he fails to catch it. Yeah, man takes off his coat, lays it down like a gentleman for a friend to sit on. There's some drumming in the background, might be coming from folk on the slope.
Hello there, how are we?
And Danielle Perry now back on the main stage. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday to all our listeners. If you've just joined us, you're listening to live coverage of Sunday, the 2022 Mosley Folk and Arts Festival, the only broadcasting organisation given AAA access to all areas of the festival site here.
We will be suspending the no re-entry system, so you can leave and re-enter if we experience heavy rain later on, okay?
So breaking news, if you're listening at home and you're worried about whether to come in because of the rain, if the rain does get bad, they will be suspending the no re-entry system, so you could go out, seek shelter elsewhere and be allowed back in. So great news, great adaptability there for the tactics from the management team here at Mosley Folk Festival. They've assessed the weather and decided to slightly change the regulations just for today to allow people to come in and out. Yeah, all across what's happening here, the health and safety team.
Yeah, after what they call that housekeeping, don't they? Those little information moments. They back into introducing the new act. Margot Clicker is next up on the main stage. To Nelson Mandela and Mikhail Gorbachev come the statesmanship of Che Guevara there, the red t-shirt up at the top. It's our second consecutive American musician on the main stage.
This is my last show of this run, so I'm so happy that we're all here together. And my only complaint is that I have to play after Yasmin and her amazing guitar playing.
So yeah, Margot acknowledging that, and her predecessor Yasmin. She's a bit intimidated following that guitar playing, but I think Margot might have some lyrics, so she's certainly going to be the winner of that tussle. Boy in a Marvel t-shirt, Marvel Comics t-shirt comes down the hill here. You could colour the t-shirt in because it's black line drawings with just the Marvel comic title in colour. Difficult to describe. We've got it's like a monster. It's got table tennis ball eyes. It's got like a black paper aeroplane shaped face, so a pointy nose, and two very pointy triangles as ears, and multicoloured ribbon fabric body in a teepee shape. Quite an intimidating presence to the Black Swan area there. You have to brave getting past that before you're in. The little girl throws the red ball way over Dad's head there. He's reduced the difficulty for her by allowing the ball to bounce a few times before it reaches her. She's now, yes, she's spotted the tent-like potential of the little creature here and thinks about crawling inside, and then she strokes the fabric around the creature's neck to feel that and gives the red dangly tongue that I hadn't spotted a little flip to explore that. The curiosity of youth there, it's fantastic. So the first number is up for Margot Clicker. That seems to have gone down well. It's a more traditional singer-songwriter approach from her, in contrast to Yasmin's musical noodling. The guy reading the science fiction book The Castle is Back, on this occasion he's got a friend with him. He's lying on his back, he's holding the book up in the air, the elbow resting on the floor, the left elbow resting on the floor, the right arm stretched out to hold the bulk of the pages yet to be read. His partner beside him is zonked out, lying on the floor with her left knee up in the air.
So I don't know if you can hear me, James.
Loud and clear, Craig. Where are you?
So I'm just making use of my AAA pass here to be able to get backstage, so I can see the dressing rooms all set up for upcoming acts. So Jethro Tull, they get 2 dressing rooms, and there's a range of snacks available for them there. They've got a few bags of crisps and nuts and seeds, so quite a healthy spread there. Some bananas, apricots, some grapes, so possibly not the rider that you might have expected. Also some nice little table lamps there for them as well, and San Pellegrino sparkling water, so quite a healthy array of things there. Some Lindt chocolate and a range of different flavours of crisps, salt and vinegar, smoky bacon, cheese and onion. Interesting to see whether the smoky bacon gets eaten or not. The coral, they also get 2 dressing rooms. They've got 2 dressing rooms that's sort of been turned into one. They've got slightly less decorous table lamp. They've got a more sort of flexible desk lamp, whereas Jethro Tull get a table lamp with a nice little shade on it. So possibly a more specific rider from Jethro Tull about the kind of desk lamp that they want. There's people back here, festival organisers, just chatting through tactics, possibly again thinking about the weather. There's people on laptops. Yasmin having a little drink backstage here. The stage crew just moving around some of the equipment and guitars. Some of the sound and vision crew just taking the opportunity to have a little break and a little rest. Yeah, one of the mural artists just going backstage. His work of art on the side of the stage is coming on, still looking like a sort of jungle swamp type scene. So I think it'll all become clear. He hasn't got too long left. He's only got another 5 or 6 hours before it becomes dark. So he's going to have to get a little bit of a lick on. Some people down here by the lake just taking a moment to reflect on what they are enjoying today. The underwater pumps here on the lake sending out bubbles to oxygenate the water. An angler on the other side of the bank just gently reels in his line. Is anything on the end of it?
For those of you who are collecting the years of the Common Era, current era, they can add number 22 AD to the collection. We've got 1967, 1969, the year 45, and now the year 22. I think that's going to include some. I think it's more Roman, isn't it? More Roman action. The huge umbrella is back open.
Yes, I'm just quite close to there than James now, so I was going to try and bring you live coverage of what's happening there, but the security guard has just folded it down again as now the sun's coming back out.
Has it got a straight... is it straight at the bottom of its arm, or does it curl round?
It's straight. I think actually it's got a... I don't think it's got a handle. I think it has a spike on the end of it, so you couldn't really hold it in your hand. I think it is designed to be put into the ground and provide a sort of semi-shelter from that. So that's possibly the problem that he was having with it, is any way of tethering it to the fence. But he decided to put it away for now.
That sounds dangerous, Craig. If the wind were to catch that and it were to spiral away, who knows where that spike could end up.
Yes, the St John's ambulance team had, I think, quite a light day yesterday. They would certainly have to be getting out of their chairs pretty quickly to treat umbrella spike injury. I imagine that's not something you can be trained for, really. You just have to react at the spur of the moment to an umbrella injury like that.
I think it's be similar to a javelin injury. So coming together of a couple of stories here. The young girl who's been practicing her throwing and catching threw the ball into the group of people who commentated on arriving and eating earlier on, to two women with the pizzas and a young man with the burger. The little girl got a nice wave from them, so that's nice. Another little introduction made, and the sun's out.
The man with a I Love Metal, I think that's a singlet or an athletic vest, walking down towards the lake. I don't know whether that's metal as in metal music, or metal as in steel, iron, aluminium.
Well, it's quite general. If it's I Love Metal, that's quite broad, isn't it? I'd want more details. Which particular metal do you like?
I suppose it does allow you to fit into a range of different situations. If you find yourself in a metalworking factory, you could say, oh, this is good, I love metal. Should you find yourself at a Black Sabbath gig, you're also quite at home there.
Maybe it's I Love Metal particularly, and then you could specify underneath.
Have you got a favourite metal?
Oh, I'm a fan of copper.
Yeah, I was going to say copper as well. Don't think we both have copper?
Yeah, I mean it's not so as far as there's a shortage of copper, but yeah, we could share copper.
And copper exists as an element, doesn't it? I don't think it's not an alloy.
No.
Where do you stand on alloys?
I'm not fussed. I can have my wheels. It's just a car, isn't it? Just to get you around.
I'm going to implore you to participate on this next number.
Picks up his crepe from the crepe stall. There's a lot of bananas here, and they've got Baileys and lemon juice, golden syrup, and a big aerosol can of squirty creams. Good to see they're using spray light vegetable spray, keeping people's health at the heart of what they do here. Also got cherries, I think they're cherries and sugar, so got a lot of different ingredients you can have on your crepe here. Peanut butter we got as well.
Now I noticed, Craig, that the shake stall and the waffle stall superficially appear to be different stalls, but if you peer in, I think it is just one concession.
Yes, I think it is one concession and one graphic designer as well. So there's a certain graphic style And yes, you can look between the two. I don't know how they decide who's going to make shakes and who's going to make waffles, but you can get vegan waffles here as well. Not quite sure what the difference between a vegan waffle and that's how you make it, I suppose.
If you ordered a waffle and a shake, would you have to go to a different hatch for each, or do you think you could order them both from a single hatch?
I'm not sure, but I think I am going to be able to bring you coverage of something being purchased here. So I think someone from another concession is going to purchase something, possibly. The chef at the back is poised and ready, just doing some stretches, warming up, ready to be called into action. See the danger of getting repetitive strain injury at a festival like this if you're making waffles all day. Another chef comes to the front as well. So I don't think purchase is going to be made, so apologies listener there if you were hoping to see a waffle being purchased. Next to them are the Bonehead boys, which they're working hard back here, making burgers, and got a vegan burger made out of fried cauliflower. James, where'd you stand on the fried cauliflower burger?
Listeners might be surprised to hear that I probably don't have much of a problem with that. I think the buns are the thing that make it a burger. So put like a sandwich, whatever you want in between the buns is a burger.
I don't know if it's a big seller or not, the cauliflower burger. So this is the crowd for the cauliflower burger. So hopefully they got plenty in stock today. So if you are in the market for a cauliflower burger, then they've still got some on sale at the moment. But don't be too tardy, because they're going to fly out of here. I can tell you, they're going to sell out. They're going to sell out. So you heard it here first. Get your cauliflower burgers before they go.
Actually, Craig, you remind me, I have had a cauliflower something or other.
I've had cauliflower pizza with a pizza base was made out of cauliflower.
Oi, oi.
It was an abomination.
Oi, oi, oi. No, that is wrong. No, that's that. Yeah, I can't unsee that now.
So we go from cauliflower burger to suckling pig burger, which is pretty much opposite ends of the nutritional spectrum there, I think. And also got here some black corn, which we were speculating yesterday as to whether the man with the yellow hat would eat sweet corn. But this one has got black corn here. You can also get watermelon and rice balls, pork or chicken. Which I think the lady here might have a rice bowl there, possibly. No, he hasn't got a rice bowl. And I'm out of my depth. I'm out of my depth there. I'm going to walk away.
So I was going to say, yes, I have had a cauliflower masquerading as a meat substitute with a spicy sauce, and it was really nice. I think the trick is not to see it as a loss of the thing it's pretending to be, but a gain of the thing it actually is.
I suppose if you can hide the taste of cauliflower as much as possible, then you don't even have to think that it's cauliflower.
Yeah, it's just a textural event.
The I Love Metal man, I think he's a bodybuilder actually, so looking at his physique, I'm trying not to look at his physique too closely, but I think, so when he says I love metal, it might be he likes heavy metal that's on the end of a weightlifting bar.
Yes, I love lifting up metal.
Yeah, might be the derivation of that. So the pizza van here, I don't think they make their dough out of cauliflower, thank goodness. So one being cooked, I think, as we speak. There's a lady waiting patiently there, and out it comes in its cardboard box. and it's handed out, and token is exchanged, and lady walks away happily with her pizza. Quite quiet up here at the moment. I think as we speculated, the lunchtime rush is over now, so now would be a good time if you've been delaying getting your lunch. Now would be a good time to get up here.
So there's a young woman down here who started reading a novel called Cleopatra and Frankenstein, which is by Coco Williams. And my observation, looking around the field at the various books being read, is that everyone has started reading their book here. It doesn't appear that anyone is currently reading a book at home, is halfway through and has come to Mosley Folk to continue reading it. Mosley Folk seems to be an opportunity for people to either start reading a book they've meant to read for a long time, or they think, I'm going to go to Mosley Folk, I might not be totally into all the music, I'll get myself a book to read in case I'm not so captivated by the music.
So up the top with the posh people in the caravan who don't want to mix with the riff-raff on the rest of the field. They're just tucking into their lunch here. Got some fried chicken and chips, I think, and they can just about see the stage from behind the tree. They're enjoying themselves here at the Folk Fest. Now this is interesting, James. We've got one of the masseurs giving another masseur a massage. So obviously,
I think it's masseuses, Craig.
Masseuse, one of the masseuses giving another masseuse a massage. There's only 2 of them today, so yesterday there were 4 or 5 of them, unless they're on a massage break.
Yes, I'm not sure I've seen a client yet.
No, so they're probably massaging each other just to keep their hand in.
Barefoot man, let's put your shoes on.
I'm gonna sing a song for you that was really fun.
Interesting vantage points from up here, because I can see both stages, which from our
Buy this album, it's
authorised commentary position we don't have that luxury. So on the main stage we've just got a solo singer-songwriter. On the much smaller Janice Long stage we've got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 piece band who are squashed onto that much smaller Janice Long stage, while the solo singer has acres of space all around her on the main stage, so we're not quite sure what's going on there.
Well, that band is the People Versus.
The
name of the band.
Sort of pale in
So,
comparison. And we just weren't
yeah, I
listening
think you need multiples to be versus
Go back to
people.
track 2. Anyways, I've built it up enough, I better deliver,
So
right?
people still arriving.
Okay, I can do
Gentleman
this.
with a co-op carrier bag with his lunch in it,
Coldest night of the
or
winter,
afternoon tea.
working on my farewell, in the middle of everything, under no particular spell.
And up on the tennis courts, which have been pressed in. So, man nearly stumbles there, so he makes his way up the bank towards the cocktail bars. So, a few people sitting at the picnic tables here, finishing off lunch, having a drink, checking the programme, seeing who they want to catch next.
The representatives of Gristhorpe Road have arrived. A woman pours the remainder of her pint of beer into the glass of the person sat next to them, I think possibly to free her to dig around in her bag for her purse to go and buy something. Oh, to get a new or to fill up the 4-pint container.
Now up at Speaker's Corner we have the Black Adam Morris dancers. So this isn't the workshop. This not quite sure what this is billed as in the programme, as I've left the programme at the commentary position. Here they are dancing for their own entertainment and the entertainment of the people that are watching them. But, this dance is just for the ladies. And they are hand in hand, spinning around. They've got sticks with little jingle bells and ribbons on. Their costume decorated with scraps of fabric, black, red, yellow and orange. They join hands in the middle. 3 of them spin round in one direction. The others circle them round, and they break off into pairs and spin around in pairs for regrouping in the middle. A 3 and a 3. Now they make lines. Lines cross each other. They turn and they swap positions in their parallel lines. They turn again. They swing their arms and they swap positions in their lines. And there's a little notice on here saying that the appearance of Vashti Bunyan, singer turned writer, has been cancelled. So not quite sure what the story behind that is. So, apologies if you were hoping I'd be able to bring you coverage of that. That has been cancelled. And that dance finishes, and they all looked a little bit pooped after that. We'll just be having a little break, take on a little bit of refreshment. Yesterday we were wondering about the different kinds of concertina accordion squeeze box. I don't think Maureen ever quite came up with a definitive list of the different squeeze box type instruments. We worked out for ourselves that one of the acts was playing the concertina. Certainly one of these looks like a piano, so I imagine is a piano keyboard. The other one only has sort of circular keys rather than piano-like keys. So hopefully Maureen will be able to do a little bit of research for us there.
So you've got the Blackadder Morris up there, Craig, and they say that they've introduced maypole dancing to increase the opportunity of people to participate, but that's 5:15. At the moment, they are billed as just doing Morris dancing. Morris dancing with Blackadder Morris.
That's good. Yes, they were. That was definitely Morris dancing that they were doing there. So we'll try and come back later for live and uninterrupted coverage of maypole dancing. Weather permitting, of course. I'm not quite sure when the umpire. There's a gentleman with a fall badge on. He's going to be disappointed, I'm afraid, to see that they're not playing. Marky Smith, is he still alive?
No, definitely not.
No, so they won't be playing then.
Yeah, I think it'd be difficult to replace him in the band.
Yes, he's kind of key to it.
Imagine if there was a reunion gig, though. There'd be a lot of people on that stage, even without him.
So I'm making my way top of the field where the seated area. All manner of folding camping chairs here. So it's been a good year for the camping shops, Decathlon, Go Outdoors, Millets, Blacks. Every brand represented here.
Craig, I tell you also what it's been a good year for, the dungaree. Just seen another dungaree wearer up there with a light green fabric dungaree.
Unprecedented amount of dungarees this year. I think, yes, the dungaree makers will be very pleased how their that fashion is starting to spread. Another fashion starting to spread is macrame. Macrame workshops today, 2 o'clock till 3 o'clock. And 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock, I beg your pardon. So I think we are in the middle of a macrame workshop. We've also got some hair plaiting going on, which is a similar technique to macrame, I think. But less good for hanging basket.
Little girl with the red ball continues her catching practice. father demonstrating infinite patience with her. She's just thrown it way off beam, but then laughed and chased after it. So she's retrieving her own ball now, which does take the pressure off her dad a bit. Her mum and older brother have just checked in that everything's all right. It appears to be. He's got his empty beer glass tucked into his left-hand pocket.
Just outside the craft can bar, you can grab and go, buy cans of beer instead of going to the bar and getting it on draft. So a lady just buys a I think they're running out a little bit there, so he's having to go and track down some other boxes of cans. So yes, actually the box that we saw carried up earlier, I thought might be merchandise, actually cans of beer. Yeah, sandwich being tucked into here. Lettuce, it's a lettuce sandwich there. A lettuce and ham and lettuce sandwich. That be in your picnic, James?
Yep, happy with that. Particularly honey roast ham.
I was just going to ask that very question. So that you go for the honey roast?
Yeah, Wiltshire.
Dry cured?
Oh, of course, yes. Yeah.
Gentleman having a little nap here. And,
I prefer tongue.
the band tongue or tongue
Both.
so in your picnic?
Yeah, both. Ideally, tongue sandwich, listening to tongue band.
Yes, tongue have played here before. So at the merchandise store there is a big tub of those see-through ponchos. It says take what you need.
That would be fantastic merchandise to have tins of tongue on sale when tongue are played. Official tongue merchandise.
Yes, a bit like naming a band after a popular tourist destination. You could also guarantee crossover sales between fans of both.
You, if you named your band Pork Pie, you could sell branded snack items and headwear.
Say C6 Steve t-shirt here, the Spring 2022 tour on it. Doesn't have the UK on it, only has Europe on it, so it must be a post-Brexit tour. So it only has mainland Europe on there. So another Brexit legacy there for C6 Steve merchandise.
Big waft of fumes up here, Craig. You might be losing me.
I'll try and keep going on your behalf, James, if you do fade.
Okay, for now.
So he's still finishing off portrait that he started yesterday. Obviously wasn't happy with it. Doesn't left himself much time to get on with the Jethro Tull portrait unless he's decided against doing one of those.
I think he's also not left himself much space, Craig. I think he might have bailed as much for lack of space as a lack of time.
The other mural stroke graffiti artist is not working on her piece today. She must be satisfied with how she got on there.
Little hint, he could do a portrait of Ian Anderson playing a piccolo rather than a flute, and he could sneak it in a narrower panel.
Few people visiting the ice house. There's a couple of umbrellas hung up outside the ice house. I don't think you would need them going into the ice house. Man with the white hair, first on the scene, scratches his head, and he's enjoying himself there. He has got a pretty good view actually of the stage from there, so you can see through the holly bush down onto the main stage, and you can also just see beyond it, so they've got a view of the lunar stage as well. So I can see why he goes for that spot every year. Might one year have to bring his own hedge shears though, because that holly bush has grown a lot bigger just over the years that we've been coming here.
Not sure you could get those through security, Craig.
No, I struggled yesterday with a pair of safety scissors actually, so had to
there might be a position where you could pop them over the hedge, then come in and go around and collect them from the hedge.
Yes, I suppose you could bury them sort of the week before, surreptitiously somewhere that no one else is going to find them, and then, as you say, retrieve them during on your first visit.
Or you could just come early, cut the bush, and then go.
Yes, you could do a bit of that. Yeah, the week before or something. There's a lot of paper. There was a lot of paperwork yesterday just to bring in a pair of safety scissors. So yeah, as you say, garden shears would be a minefield, I think.
Young girl seems to have brought her school exercise book down with her. Maybe the last little bit of homework that she's got to do over the summer. School tomorrow. Well, it might be a teacher day, teacher training day tomorrow. But yeah, last few hours to get summer's homework done.
Yes, probably regretting leaving it to the last minute, or perhaps that was always part of the plan. So got the Mosley Folk Festival, good opportunity to get your head down and get your homework done. This is always the last weekend of the summer, bittersweet moment for many people here, I think, as they enjoy what the festival has to offer, but knowing that we're going into back to normality, back to school, autumn and winter.
Well, that is one of the services we provide, Craig, for those teachers who are stuck at home preparing for the start of term tomorrow, next week. We are able to bring those diligent teachers a bit of coverage of the flavour of Mosley Folk. Not the music, of course, because we're not licensed for that, but everything else. Everything but the music. Live and exclusive here from the Commentators.
Yes, if you're a teacher at home, listening, working away, we salute you here and wish you well for the coming term. And if you're a teacher listening on site, make sure you get home nice and early, because you're back to work tomorrow.
So there's a sweet scene here with a mum lying down with her teenage son lying with his right ear on her belly, and then his dad lying with his head propped up on the little curve underneath his son's ribs, between ribs and hip bone. There's a little family pile there.
Two children race up the hill there. One points in the direction of the cocktail bar, but I think they're going to be too young to be able to make a purchase there. Now the Bassers have two clients, so they are back in action. One using the back of her forearm to massage the gentleman's back, and using her elbow, his lower back. She moves the elbow up and down his spine gently, and now at the top of his shoulders. Gently moves her forearm backwards and forwards. He looks to be enjoying that. He's almost nodding off there. The Black Adam Morris team have done their little stint now before their Maypole workshop, and they're going down to have a little relax, possibly going to folk on the slope to enjoy some of the music there, or take part in a whittling workshop.
Woman who's just finished painting her nails holds her arms out as far as they'll go to admire her nails from the maximum distance that her physiology will allow. And she checks in with her friend sitting next to her as to whether the colour does suit her. The colour is colour of a kind of neutral colour, really, almost beige. Now we've got new arrivals back here. A band walking backstage with some equipment. Not sure if they've come from Folk on the Slope and are off, or if they just arrived here rather than via the artist entrance on Salisbury Road. And are going to appear on one of the two larger stages here.
Big round of applause there. Even up here, they managed to get some applause.
Washington, so, you know, if you're ever coming through Goldendale,
Good work for a solo artist there.
I'll be very, very impressed if you are in Goldendale. It's like a town of 3,000 people.
The young girl here admires the big woven rabbit that is on the roof of the ice house, which at one point was our commentary position, but I can see now why they have moved us, because again the shrubbery has grown up and the branches of the oak tree have spread out, so we would have an even more obscured view than we do now. We would just be able to catch sight of a little bit of the main stage.
So it's all moved now, I think. The sort of group that arrived earlier on for the two women with the pizza and the gentleman with the burger, they've all they are now packing up, putting shoes back on. They're just trying to get a bug off their sandwich bag. I'm inspecting the bug very closely there. Possible that they are etymology students from the university.
Man wipes the hand sanitizer gel from his hands and makes his way around the barriered area past the tennis hut. The ever-smiling security guard. And who always smiling and just demonstrating to people how to show their wristbands. Flash them as they come in. Lady with a gold sparkly top goes into one of the portaloos. Gentleman carrying two camping chairs and an umbrella is also heading to the toilet. It's going to be interesting to see how he manages to negotiate going to the toilet whilst carrying two picnic chairs. Man in sunglasses and t-shirt strides purposefully back towards the main site. Doesn't want to miss a thing here. Security guard gets a high five from young man entering. He gets a thumbs up from a Jethro Tull fan. And woman there just going to fill up the water bottle. Wash hands at taps at the back of the tennis court. A man with one of the carrier bags from the merchandise store has just made his way from the toilets. Man with the Choose Love t-shirt just put sunglasses back into his pocket. He's got his reusable pint mug, one of the metal ones. I think that is, they probably are aluminium, I think those ones, not copper. I have to ask the I Love Metal man as to whether he can work out what metal they're made out of. He flashes his wristband. The Choose Love man smiles.
heads back down the hill. The promoter of the Folk on the Slope Kitchen Garden stage is just sending a very important text message, possibly trying to track down lost musician somewhere. So yeah, woman with a floppy red hat. I don't think we had a definitive description of a floppy red hat, wide-brimmed hat yesterday.
No, we had a bucket hat was the best we did, I think.
The woman with the sparkly gold top has successfully been to the toilet, now walking back, chatting to a friend. She weaves her way past the barriers into the... I've just been reliably informed by a audience member that it's not the man wearing the I Love Metal t-shirt, it's actually a man wearing a Project X exhibition t-shirt from Mosley Exchange. He says that the pint cups are made of stainless steel, which would make perfect sense. And he's wearing a splendid t-shirt, which starts in Birmingham, goes through America, the North Sea, and ends at Mosley, bathed in sunshine, which is what we're hoping for the rest of the afternoon.
Yep, still quite overcast here. Dark clouds are moving very slowly northwards.
Flash the wristband, salute of the head, fist pump, and the man makes his way in there. Little wrist wiggle, and the security guard tests the toggle there to make sure it's not too tight, not too loose.
We've got it's either a princess or a ballerina on site here, Craig, a very nice sparkly silver top. And the patriarchy needs to watch out on Wednesdays, because that's the day it's going to be smashed, apparently, according to that t-shirt.
That's a good day for it to be smashed midweek. Gives you a little bit of leeway either side if you are going to smash the patriarchy.
I think it's the day the patriarchy is least expecting to be smashed.
You'd think it would be, I would go for Monday or Friday, so yes, midweek. Just let your guard down, and you look the other way, you turn back, you find you've had your patriarchy smashed.
Gentleman in a Polish Solidarity t-shirt here. There's much of the era of the Gorbachev t-shirt that we saw yesterday we were admiring.
One of the security team enters through the exit. That's one of the privileges of what is a difficult job. New groups arrive now. More dungarees, corduroy dungarees there, I think, coming down. You might see them arrive near you, James, at some point soon.
Got the binoculars up, Craig.
Someone with the correct t-shirt on there, the folk t-shirt. Obviously got the message. It's not a rock and roll. Although, as we know, all music is folk music. Or did we decide yesterday that not all music was folk music?
I suggested that if the music was written by a machine, then it wasn't folk music, but all other music is folk music.
Any musicologists might want to correct us on that. Another pair of dungarees, denim dungarees this time, make their way to the cocktail wine bar area of the tennis courts. So, lady arrives there, regretting not having worn dungarees. Quick flash of the wrist, and back in. Tote bag, another tote bag. 2 tote bags here, actually. That's 2 to add to the totalizer. Both cotton ones, so they'll be hoping that it doesn't rain too much later on in the day. And here comes the trainee wizard walking up the bank now. And a gentleman with a No Passarani t-shirt. Going to have to ask Maureen for a translation of that.
How do you spell the cheese feta, Craig?
F-E-T-A would be my my spelling of feta.
Yeah, no, that t-shirt's got nothing to do with cheese then.
Lady well prepared here with Wellington. I think they're riding boots, but slightly more tailored than your Duke Wellington boots. And she's got a yellow, I would say that's sort of a trawlerman's or trawler person's coat there. And she is going to be well set if it does turn a little stormy later.
I think we're sliding very, very slightly behind times here at Mosley Folk. Someone's going to have to play at a slightly increased tempo to put us back on track. But yes, possibly a couple of minutes late. We are just hearing the introduction to the new act on the Jazz Long stage, the crowded stage, full of the people versus.
The denim dungaree lady has just bought a big jug of Pimm's, I think. Heading down towards the rest of her party, unless she's going to drink it all herself. We're not to judge. Another tote bag, another cotton one there.
So another novel being read here, starting to read that, and there was another one higher up, a very ambitious, looked like at least a 500-pager. Yeah, really needed to be here first thing on Friday if they had any chance of getting through that during the festival. Here we go, the People Versus starting up. Seems like a woman's voice on vocals. Full sound, as you would imagine, from Craig describing it's a number of people. I genuinely can't see any of the stage at all.
So we've got a cello, a guitar, a singer, keyboard player, and just slightly adjust my viewing position. Two guitars, I think. Two guitars, cello, singer, keyboard.
It's a member of the Birmingham theatre community here who appears to have made her own waistcoat out of macrame, which is a neat way of doing it. If too many people do that, it could eat into the profits of the merchandise stall up there.
The steward here very politely pointing people in the right direction to re-enter. She's on the exit bit of the toilet barrier system, so she has to ensure that there's no log jam in the toilet, so to speak, by making sure that people go around the barriers to re-enter the site. It's quite a rush now, people going to the toilet, so people obviously holding it in for a while during the last act, now taking the opportunity to let it out. Man strides down, strokes his hair. He's got a tote bag. He's got his tote bag's a little bit more waterproof material there, so he might be all right later. Gentleman tries to show his wristband to the steward on the exit. So we got it half right. Showed his wristband, just showed it to the wrong person there.
Gentleman there wearing a t-shirt which is either of Brian Blessed or of himself as he hopes to be when that beard has grown a bit further.
Wind is picking up a little bit here, James, so there's quite a lot of dust blowing around here. Actually, I shouldn't say this, but maybe a little bit of rain wouldn't go amiss here, actually, just to dampen down the dust here, rather like they do when demolishing a building. They have hoses squirting out water just to suppress the dust a little bit. We could possibly do with that up here.
Yep, definitely, Craig. Definitely, we had a little shower early on, but not enough to keep the dust at bay this long.
A lot of hand rubbing going along, happening up here. It's not hand rubbing in consternation, no, it's hand rubbing just to try and absorb the hand gel in operation up here. It is quite a sticky one, this one. Amazing, the consistency of hand gel can change quite a lot from place to place, and you think you got the measure of it, so you put what you think is a sort of regulation amount of sanitizer hand gel on your hands, and then you find it's a very different consistency, and you've either underdone it or you've overdone it. Another pair of dungarees, some grey canvas ones there.
Yeah, I think that difference in consistency must be, or is potentially a bit of watering down being done by the.
I didn't want to suggest that might be happening here.
It's dangerous, isn't it?
I don't think they are watering it down here. I think possibly it might benefit perhaps from a little bit of watering down. Gentleman with a wheelbarrow heading down towards the catering field, just stocking up on some extra provisions. That might be the cauliflower burgers going down there. As we said earlier, there is a slight risk of cauliflower burgers running out today, so this is just us giving you a friendly warning there. There might be a run on cauliflower burgers.
So there's a lot of waving going on there. I think they're trying to attract someone's attention. Not sure that's worked though.
Yeah, gentleman just makes his way underneath the fir trees. He knows where he's going. He gently weaves his way round the barriers towards the security guard and steward. He raises his wrist aloft to prove he's got the correct accreditation. The man with a grey floppy hat, he is just making his way past some of the storage containers there. Not sure whether he's going to go to the urinals or the portaloos. I'm trying to keep a discreet distance. I don't want to pry too much into people's toilet habits. I only speculate. By the way he was walking, I would say that he was going to be heading for the urinals there. So I'm not going to have a look. The trainee wizard is back. She has been to the toilet, I think. She's still got her velvet cape on, embroidered stars on it.
So gentleman slightly misjudges his return backstage at the Black Swan. He hadn't quite finished up his food as he was about to pass the bin, so he both sped up his eating and then just paused briefly for the final couple of mouthfuls before depositing his food container into the bin and stepping backstage.
A man with a floral headdress, just deciding to not go for the alcohol hand gel, but rather to use the real water hand washing facilities, which are at the side of the tennis pavilion.
Barefoot man is back to his bare feet, and two of the Morris dancers have taken their raggy ribbons off, so they've just got black trousers and yellow tops on. The gentleman has a wooden clothes peg just poking out of his breast pocket.
Of course, the trouble up here, if you do choose to forego the alcohol hand gel and instead use the water to wash your hands, you'll then run the risk of not having anywhere to dry your hands. So several people are now coming out of here having to shake their hands to shake off the excess water. I wonder why it is that your hands, your skin will absorb alcohol hand gel but won't absorb soap and water.
No, that is a high-level scientific question, which I think Maureen might be intimidated by. Yeah, I don't know. It leads you to the question, could you get drunk just by over cleansing your hands?
Well, it's 70% proof alcohol hand gel, so I think there's a lady here with a similar Peruvian type hat that we saw a gentleman wear earlier, and the man in the American mechanic fancy dress, he is just passed by now. Very vigorous hand rubbing there from a gentleman who's just come from the toilet. Yeah.
The woman who's painted her nails is obviously content that they've dried enough to make eating some lunch not a risky activity. I think it might be jerk chicken she's eating, so it's important that she's able to handle the food.
Lady with a
oh no, sorry Craig, sorry to cut across you. It's the cauliflower business. She's having the cauliflower business.
Cauliflower business?
Well, yeah, no, the cauliflower, whatever it's presented, the burger, the cauliflower.
Yes, the bonehead cauliflower burgers.
Yeah, that's what she's eating.
Ah, I
might have overexcited that. I don't think it was worthy of that level of acclaim. Apologies, listeners. There, I went a bit big on the cauliflower burger there.
Up here at the toilets is the place to do your cauliflower business, of course, should you need to. Lady with a silver skirt has just made her way up here, disappeared from view at the moment. Keep an eye out on her safe return from the toilet. It's got another cycling t-shirt, saw quite a few cycling t-shirts yesterday.
The People Versus is getting the people going, which is definitely the step up in energy that was planned by the programmers.
Sorry to interrupt, James. We've got an arrival of some profiteroles onto the site here. We were talking earlier about croissants, whether they were acceptable as a dessert, or now we've got profiteroles arriving, and, which is a nice touch for a Sunday afternoon tea.
Are they being carried? Are they in a wheelbarrow, or?
No, they're carried. It's well, not an individual portion. I would say a small party portion, maybe for a family of 4.
I had pictured industrial quantities.
No, I'm afraid not. No, sorry to if I oversold the number of fritters. Just I would say there's a dozen, maybe 16. The lady with the shimmering silver skirt has safely returned from the toilets now. She's talking to a friend. Managing to safely walk through the barriered area. The security guard just giving some assistance to a wheelchair user, just trying to get over some of the uneven ground here.
The woman with the Yes Bab bag and the fold-up little stool is now sketching in a sketchbook. The People Versus. She's using a biro rather than a pencil.
Yeah, person with the Ramones t-shirt. Ramones aren't playing. Her partner's got a Motorhead t-shirt. They're not playing either.
I've just seen a Pixies t-shirt. They're not playing either.
Tories Lie Bab. I don't think they're playing either.
British Leyland never played because they weren't a band. They were a car manufacturer.
Little boy in an orange hat. Actually, they've managed to sneak past there because the security guard was just checking. I think he's checking the weather on his phone. I can vouch for him though that they all have got wristbands. He's looking at the weather app. I can't quite believe that it is going to do what it said it's going to do. not quite sure now what it did say it was going to do. But, it is possibly, it gestures to me there that it is, there is going to be some rain. He's still smiling though, and I haven't seen him not smile for 2.5 days now.
There's exciting news here. The gentleman who's been reading the science fiction novel for the last couple of days, I think he might have judged this perfectly, because he's in the last couple of chapters, and we're not going to start losing the light very soon, but I think he's going to finish that novel in the next couple of hours, and that'll be perfect. Job done for him there. He'll always remember that was the novel I read during Mosley Folk 2022. A woman sat down in the middle of the crowd that are all standing in front of the people verses.
Here we go, James. So I'm right in the thick of things here now at the top field, and I'm under the shelter of a tree, but I am guessing that rain is coming down.
It's chaos here.
It's panic. People are panic. A ripple of panic has just run through the field up here, and out come the umbrellas, out come the waterproof clothes, and unprecedented scenes. There's people here trying to finish a pizza before that gets swamped by the rainwater, and picnics having to be put away, picnic rugs folded up, umbrellas got out, people are trying to eat, drink, put coats on at the same time. This is unbelievable scenes here, James.
It is, Craig. It must be really disconcerting for the people versus. It's people versus the rain at the moment. To suddenly realise that your audience, at least briefly, are much more concerned.
I've got children
about
first here. To a mother just trying to protect the child there by offering up her waterproof coat, which is way too big, but she's done the good thing there and protected her child first. She's left the rug out though, and that is rather exposed to the elements here, where she and her child shelter under an umbrella. So
and there's been an umbrella blow inside out, fortunately not the huge one. The huge one is up though, so if you're on site without an umbrella and you need some shelter, go to the stairs just above the big bar, and there's a huge umbrella there, plenty of room under that.
Someone actually brought up here, James, they brought a picnic umbrella that you would find normally find put into a picnic table. They brought that with them.
Much more effective than a cocktail umbrella.
Tarpaulin there being pressed into service as a shelter for people who didn't bring an umbrella. The man here's just he's rolled up his picnic blanket, got his hood up, looks rather forlorn there. The pizza eating family have just moved under the shelter of the horse chestnut tree, and things have calmed down a little here now, James. I don't know what it's like down here. An air of calm thankfully has resumed here, although the rain is continuing.
Yes, in fact possibly getting heavier.
I don't know if Maureen did get back to us with the different levels of precipitation. Not she might be able to get onto that for us. I would say this is quite... Is this a downpour? This might be a downpour.
Yeah.
I think we're into downpour territory here at the Folk Festival.
Yeah, we're not on cloudburst, but we are on downpour. There's a gentleman and his daughter who have tiny umbrellas that fit on. Have got a headband, so they're just wearing the headband, and then the hat. The umbrella acts as a hat.
Not as tiny as a cocktail umbrella.
No, probably the next size up. I'm not sure that you'd have a size between that and this, although it is quite a big jump.
And so I'm just going to see if anyone on the tennis court area up here selling cocktails do supply them with cocktail umbrellas. Some quite good shelter up here. There's one picnic table left here, vacant, with an umbrella. So if you are somewhere on site and you need somewhere to sit, there's one table left with an umbrella. I will I'll stand here and keep it for you. You're too late. Sorry, I've already given it away to another family, so apologies for that.
Now, I'm not sure what the lawyers will think about this, but there's a gentleman in front of us here holding an umbrella that has emblazoned on it a brand of cigarettes. So promoter, I'm not going to say the name of the brand, of course, but yes. And so I'm not sure if that counts as cigarette advertising, and what his legal status would be.
So a big jug of cocktails just been bought, which feels rather inappropriate now, because this is not cocktail weather. I'm just going to go to the guys at the cocktail and ask if they do have any cocktail umbrellas.
Yeah, it's important to protect your cocktail from the rain. You don't want it diluted too much.
No cocktail umbrellas, so I'm just going to have to brave the weather without any protection up here.
Sheepskin coat's going to start absorbing the rain.
It's going to be rank by the end of the day.
It's going to become ever more of a struggle for Craig to move around. There's a young woman there in a red beret. I think that is her own, not borrowed from the gentleman who is wearing a red beret. Well, we're getting some water on the lens of our camera here. I'm not sure if that's okay or not. Probably is all right.
So the microphone's getting quite wet here. Not quite sure how waterproof it is, so I think discretion might have to be the better part of valour. I might have to return to the shelter of our commentary position. Got some blue translucent ponchos here. Don't forget, if you are on site, there's a bucket of ponchos outside the merchandise stall. They're not branded up, so you could write the name of your favourite band on your poncho. You'll need, obviously you're going to need a permanent marker to do that. Sharpie, something like that. Not a whiteboard marker, that wouldn't last very long.
The gentleman who'd made the little monster tent structure briefly considered using that as an umbrella, but decided it wasn't going to work for him. I don't think it's particularly waterproof, and he wouldn't be able to see out from underneath it. There's a couple with an umbrella that's essentially a child's umbrella. It's bigger than the ones that act as a hat, but it's smaller than any other umbrella. Between that and I'd say even just a medium-sized umbrella, so they are having to lean in towards each other to keep their heads warm.
Some people taking the opportunity to take some shelter under the fir trees by the toilets here. So you're weighing up the cost-benefit analysis of loitering around outside toilets versus keeping yourself dry during what we are terming a downpour. We're still waiting for official confirmation of whether that was a downpour or a heavy shower.
Yeah, it's eased off now.
More umbrellas being brought on site there by the security staff. I don't know whether I imagine they are just for security staff. I don't think they're for general purpose use.
I think some real fans of the People Versus here, absolutely fixed grins on their faces. A little bit of knee bobbing that looked like it was almost keeping warm as much as dancing. They've done well though, they're keeping the crowd compelled. There's some dancing going on. And that 30-foot proximity limit that we observed earlier on has been broken. It's the opposite now because there's a slight overhang from the edge of the stage to the end of the tent. There's at least 3 rows of people absolutely squashed hard up against the front edge of the stage there, trying to keep dry, but giving the band much needed close support, I think. They'll be pleased with that.
According to our colleagues at the Met Office, this is light cloud we're experiencing now. I can see a little bit of clearer sky, brighter sky, just over Mosley town. So we're hoping that that weather front is coming our way as a wheelbarrow full of what I can only speculate is mayonnaise makes its way down the hill.
That sounds quite grim. A wheelbarrow full of mayonnaise, Craig.
It was in plastic containers, so it wasn't just washing around inside a wheelbarrow. It was in plastic containers.
That's probably the best way to move it around. We could take it in a tanker.
So security staff themselves have now been issued with tartan umbrellas. Some of them in more exposed areas than others. One's at the top here, afforded some protection by the trees. Others in much more exposed positions. Several people are taking shelter under oak trees, hanging around by the bins. Still get a good enough view of the stage from here, whilst protecting it. I think that's a beech tree there, getting protection from there. And hasn't stopped the massage going on. We've got all-weather massage happening here. You only get that kind of dedication at Mosley Folk Festival.
A good response there for the People Versus, the end of that number. One of the band members says this next one is one of his favourites that they do, so should be a good one.
Yeah, man dances down the path, gripped by the infectious rhythms of the People's Verses. The very sad-looking picnic blanket here, which is where water is pooling on it. But it looks like it might be quite a quick dry one though, so she might be okay later. They brought their own ponchos.
So apparently these songs are inspired by Greek myth and legends of Shakespeare. Or at least some of them are. Haunting folk tales powered by sheer pop euphoria.
There's a drummer as well, James, I couldn't quite see from the top. So it is a six-piece: bass, guitar, cello, singer, keyboards, guitar, drummer.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, they certainly cranked things up from the individual artists we've had in the last few acts. Obviously, people's sight lines are being disrupted now by umbrellas, but I think everyone is quite understanding as to that.
The very snappy dresser with the fitted dark green waterproof coat and the white newspaper boy hat is standing, taking a little bit of shelter under a horse chestnut tree by the lake. Still got his sunglasses on. I think that's more of an affectation possibly than necessary.
Yes, you'd certainly have to have quite a bad eye condition to require sunglasses in this weather for anything other than affectation reasons.
So good news from the field here is that I can see a little break in the clouds and a little bit of blue sky just beginning to appear. So we might be okay, I think. I'm not promising anything. I'm just a commentator, not a meteorologist. So yes, the big umbrella is up James, and it's been attached to the fencing with a cable tie, ubiquitous cable tie, so useful at a folk festival. And without cable ties, the whole fabric of the festival would be in jeopardy.
Yes, back in the day it would have been sisal or twine. Now it's definitely cable tie.
The man with the white newsboy hat has just moved forward a little bit. I think he's feeling a bit more confident about the state of the weather. It's gradually moving forward. I might use him as my barometer of how the crowd are feeling about the weather. He's got another pint of stout. Doesn't seem too worried about that being diluted by the rain.
The beret that
he's moved forward. He's moved forward a little bit more, James. So I think confidence is growing that the weather is going to improve, certainly according to the man in the white newspaper boy hat.
Excellent. I've been misleading people. So just
he's moving forward again. Here he comes. He's edging closer and closer now.
Oh, I've got him, Craig. Yep.
You can see him.
Yep, I've got him. Coming very obliquely towards the main stage.
Yes, he's still a little bit cagey. Staying within stepping distance of the cover of a tree, but as his move has given other people the confidence to move away from the shelter and take down their hoods. I would say he is moving nonchalantly now.
Yeah. Nonchalant. I think he's feigning a lack of interest in the people versus, but casually is getting himself into a better viewing position, albeit from a very long way away.
So our barometer here suggests that the weather is improving markedly.
The woman who has an appointment with Patriarchy on Wednesday does a little bit of jigging around. I'm not sure if Patriarchy are listening to our broadcast today, but yeah, if you are, yep. The Ives of Wednesday hove interview for you. So yeah, watch out.
We might rather have taken away the element of surprise there by advertising the fact that it's going to happen on Wednesday.
That is true. Apologies to enemies of Patriarchy for blowing your cover there, but my tip to you next time is don't advertise the date on your t-shirt.
Or if you can get yourselves together in time, you could smash the Patriarchy on Tuesday instead, because they won't be expecting that.
Yes.
Or wait till Thursday, so they'll think I've got through Wednesday and the Patriarchy is still intact. They'll let their guard down. You go in hard on Thursday and smash it then when they're relaxed.
Nice, yes, all good tactics.
And you could leave it to Friday, but you don't want to. That's leaving it a little bit late and might spoil your weekend.
Could make a limp attempt on Wednesday, then go in hard on Thursday.
It's a distraction tactic. So yes, the Patriarchy would get through Wednesday thinking, oh, is that it? That was easy. We've easily managed to protect our status.
You're only women, after all.
And then go to bed, good night's sleep on Wednesday, and they'll wake up on Thursday, little expecting that it's been ramped up on the Thursday.
I think we've now spread enough confusion around the issue to have muddied the waters enough to have been deemed to be impartial in the battle of Patriarchy versus the people who want to smash it.
Although I think we have helped out with some tactics there, which they might not have thought of.
That is true, although I wouldn't want to patronise non-patriarchy by suggesting they couldn't have thought of those things themselves.
No, of course, it might very well have already been in their minds, but might just have needed a little nudge from us.
So here we are, our friends at the Met Office have been in touch, and they are saying 6 o'clock, it's going to be about 20 degrees C, there's a 30% chance of rain during that period, then up to 5 o'clock, it moves up to 60% chance of rain, and thunder, a double question mark there, so not absolutely certain to be thunder. Then that 6% chance remains, 6 o'clock, and by 7 o'clock we're down to 20%. So it could be damp, but it's not going to drop below 19 degrees. So the woman who's wearing the, well, actually she's just taken off, I was going to say, is wearing the transparent poncho with the crop top underneath. I was going to say she's got it sorted out, but she's now putting on a long sleeve t-shirt and is going to put the poncho back on. So warm and wet, maybe ain't. There's a lot of people down here now. The people versus drawing a big old crowd, including the guitarist from the Witchbury band who's remained here and is tapping the top of his guitar case along in time with the people versus.
There's a new hat coming through now. I think that is a Victorian style Sunday best hat. You might just be able to see it walking up the path.
Oh, tremendous. Is that one at a real angle?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. We've got a couple of bucket hats coming down here now.
For those at home, Victorian Sunday best hat is a bit like a model of Saturn with the underside of Saturn cut off, leaving just the top edge and the rings. So
we've got more evidence of the importance of the cable tie now, as one of the members of the site staff put up a tarpaulin to disguise the side of the falafel tent. Not quite sure why they've left it quite so late in the weekend to hide that. I think everyone's seen it now. Unless, of course, there is going to be some secret recipe being cooked behind there that the falafel team don't want anyone to see.
See you again real soon.
Getting a little help there from the security staff.
Yeah,
So
apologies to listeners at home. The red beret that I described as red beret is actually a red beret with little gold flecks in it and a green little, I don't know what you call that, a little green bit poking out of it. It's clearly a strawberry, not just a beret. You can have strawberry beret, not a raspberry beret, which is an altogether different item.
So yes, back to the side of the falafel stall, and the attempt to disguise it with a tarpaulin. So not quite sure what it is that the falafel stall have got to hide here, and why it's been left quite so late in the weekend to hide it away. Bit of dilemma here, I think, for the member of the, because he's going to have to cover up the sign advertising the listen at home commentators thing with his tarpaulin, whilst being watched by one of the commentators as he goes and he hasn't brought any snips with him to cut the commentator's sign off. And one cable tie goes into the top right corner of the Harris fencing there. Has he got it the right way round? Tightens that up. Yes, that grips. He's going to be pleased with that. Nothing worse than putting in cable tie the wrong way round, then you pull it, you found it hasn't got any grip. It's, years of experience here on display. It's a joy to watch, really, this kind of expertise at cable tie usage. He goes now for the third. He's decided to miss out that cable tie. I think that's good. Just helps to save the planet a little bit by using less cable ties than you might use. Still no idea really why the falafel stall is being hidden away.
I think there might be secret ingredients, Craig.
I think there is some kind of... I'm just going to have a quick look before it's completely hidden away. There are lots of tins of tomato, tins of chili, lots of lemon juice, some apples back there as well, and some stuffed vine leaves, I think. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. But the last cable tie goes on to that tarpaulin now. The bar area is fairly quiet at the moment, so if you are out and about on the festival site feeling a little bit parched, now would be a good time to get down. There's plenty of staff here, some of them waiting, desperately waiting for a customer.
Certainly a guitarist and a bass guitarist. I think some drums will come in at some point.
Just making our way towards Folk on the Slope. The water gently rippling on the lake. The trees reflected on its surface. A few drips from the overhanging branches. Tennis ball floats on the surface there. That would have just been quite a bad miss-hit because the tennis courts are right at the other end, the top end of the park. So to find a tennis ball in there, that must have been quite a poor shot.
Nearly sat on the binoculars there, which would have been awkward. Fortunately, I was sitting down very gingerly, managed to get myself vertical again before causing any damage. Photographer seems to be pulling people out of the crowd for portraits, using the black background of the boards below us as his background for his portraits. Craig, you out there on the Folk on the Slope?
I am. I've just, apologies to listeners, I've just missed Cut a Shine, so if you were hoping to hear live commentary of their performance, apologies, I've missed that, but they will be back. They will be back on the main stage, one of the main stages, later on this evening for the hoedown.
Yep, 6 o'clock that. I think we're going to possibly, I think our manager's just talking to, our people are talking to their people about extending the contract. Maybe to cover that, extra 45 minutes. Once you've done 7 hours, what's extra 45 minutes here or there between friends? And I like to think we are all friends here at Mosley Folk.
So people are now making their way away from Folk on the Slope back to the main site, having heard Cut a Shine. Less evidence of umbrellas here, so I don't know whether it's got a microclimate here on Folk on the Slope, but people here less panicked by the weather. Although there is quite a good canopy for the audience here, which isn't afforded to the audience on the main site. It has to be a massive tent if you're going to cover the audience over there.
barefoot man walks all the way up the hill there, barefooted, of course. So those who are listening back at about 11:30 this morning will know that underneath his raincoat there is a liberal slathering of sun cream. One of Britain's leading sociologists finds her way back to her partner. So a little thank you kiss there, which is nice. That's because she was delivering a pint of Pimm's.
So I wonder if there is a league table of leading sociologists, whether there's relegation and promotion in
Yes.
different leagues.
Yep, definitely. Well, I think it's contentious, but then, what isn't?
Cauliflower as a pizza base being a bad thing, I would say is non-contentious.
That is non-contentious, yes.
So if you're listening at home and hoping that I would discover some balloon modelling today, I have scoured the site. I've been top to bottom, and I'm afraid there's no balloon modelling this year. So we may have seen the last of that last year, and that tradition, that skill, that craft lost to the passage of time. Let's just spare a moment perhaps to remember our favourite balloon models. Okay, so back here on Folk on the Slope, the Cut Shine Band just packing away. The gentleman got novel reading going on here as well, so not confined to the main site. Got a gentleman reading a novel under the shelter of the canopy over the stage and the front of the stage area.
Good news here as the sides are rolled up on the mixing desk gazebo. Presumably that improves the acoustics in the gazebo, which allows them to mix with greater finesse and accuracy.
I think they've done well here today on Folk on the Slope, having this canopy over the stage and the front of the audience would be a perfect place to grab a little bit of shelter from the rain. So not that they need any encouragement for audience to come over here, but I'm sure it will have done their audience figures no harm at all. The gentleman very carefully carries 2 pints there. There's a little bit of there's a few tree roots around here. You have to carefully negotiate. The young person just runs past him there. Now he's got to make his way down the steps. He decides to take a sip out of one of the pints just to make it a little bit easier to get down. And he's taking it nice and easy, which is causing a little bit of a hold up for people behind him. They successfully negotiate. They put a little spring in their step to get past him there. At the mother in that group, she's now stuck behind him, so she's going to have to find an opportunity to get past him. But I think I've just gone out of sight as they round the corner there past the boathouse. She's done it, yes, she just out of my line of vision there. She's managed to overtake him and is safely reunited with the rest of her family.
So yeah, Craig, we've Maureen's, we haven't heard from her for a while, but that's because she's been in the trenches and digging out some useful facts for us. Raincoats, 6 different types of raincoat, Macintoshes, the trench coat, invented by Thomas Burberry, World War I soldiers. Ponchos, as we know, slip over the head. Rain jackets, usually a short jacket with a zip. The anorak and the parka, which is obviously warmer as well. Then I'm not sure if she's stitching us up here. She might have gone a bit rogue, but she's suggesting the old example of rainwear recorded is likely to be the woven grass capement of the Odyssey from around 3230 before the Common Era. But don't quote us on that, because Maureen does occasionally, as I say, go a little bit rogue, and not sure what her sources are on that last one.
So James, I'm here at Folk on the Slope, and Circus Raj are back in action. They've got 2 drums. They've got a dancer wearing a sort of hobby horse costume, covered in sparkly fabric and sequins. There's a dancer in a black dress. She spins round and round. He spins round and round, I think in a whirling dervish type style. The music stops briefly, and a man in a horse costume introduces himself and his team to the audience. The drums start up again, and the audience applaud. They disappear back behind their curtain again. He comes out of his horse costume whilst the dancer continues to spin around.
Is there any sign of the tiny fella?
No, unless it might just be behind the A board advertising the just behind the A board advertising the beer, but no, they're not there as far as I can see. We've got a spinning bike wheel on one of the performers' heads. He moves around whilst balancing the spinning wheel, accompanied by sound of the drums.
So the crowd are just having the latest number introduced to them.
The last one was about Calypso, not Circe. Someone sing about Circe. I don't know yet, the day is here.
Oh, we've got a faller. A young man there's just stumbled up. Did I suspect with the exposed tree roots and the slightly, he's tumbled over there, but he's okay. So there's no medical coverage on this part of the site.
The couple with the Bridget Riley picnic blanket are back. Listeners from yesterday will remember that well. I'm pleased to see it, even though it's boggling my eyes. It's makes a change from all the tartan checks. Craig, we've seen a lot of Diablo and nunchuck practice here. Are any of those circus skills on view in the Raj Circus over there?
At the moment, we've just got bicycle wheels spinning. So one of the performers did have just one wheel spinning on his head. He's got that wheel spinning on his head, and in either hand, he's got 2 more bike wheels. I think they're probably sort of 26-inch mountain bike wheels without a tyre. No derailleur or anything, just the wheel. But that's not to take anything away from the skill involved in keeping that spinning. 2 more performers come out. And now they have added to his burden. So he's now lying down and has got bicycle wheels spinning on each of his feet. He's got one spinning in his groin area and one in each hand. I don't know what will stop this escalation, him running out of body parts or them running out of bicycle wheels. So got his, he's relieved of that. They take away the bicycle wheels. He takes a bow, hands back the bicycle wheels. Another performer comes out. It's a different kind of hat on display here, one which we haven't mentioned. I would say it's a little bit like a hat that might have been worn by a member of staff on the American Railroad in the 19th century, perhaps.
Yes.
Or French Foreign Legion, maybe more French Foreign Legion, possibly.
Group of 4 walk back here towards backstage, all wearing garlands, which I last saw at the Commonwealth Games with the Cook Islands team supporters. Don't think this lot are from the Cook Islands. I've just taken their inspiration from them. I think they've been repulsed from, rather than by, the Black Swan area, not realising that that's not an access all areas area.
James, there's, on display here is the whole reason why the patriarchy does need to be smashed on Wednesday. The female performer is happily dancing around with just 3 pots on her head. She paused briefly, and whilst her back was turned, the male members of the team have added another 3 pots onto her head. So now she's having to dance around with 6 pots on her head.
Yep, that sounds a liberty and a half.
And now, I think to make matters worse, one of the performers has now got out a small bed of nails. Not so much a bed of nails, maybe more a doormat of nails. And I think he is going to make her dance barefoot. Barefoot man might want to come over here.
I think the squeamish might just want to avert their ears just for a few minutes here.
So on she goes to the doormat of nails whilst balancing 6 cooking pots on her head. And she is moving her feet to the rim, stamping her feet. Well, not quite stamping, but definitely moving them up and down on the doormat of nails there.
Oi, oi, oi.
So if we had respect for Barefoot Man, that is at least doubled for barefoot dancing lady with pots on her head. She safely dismounts the nails. No sign of any injury. There's no medical staff on hand. There's a security guard with radio contact, so if anything were to happen, I think...
Don't know about your field, Craig, but I think there's rain on this field.
Not reached us here yet on Folk on the Slope. Oh yes, a few raindrops, but the benefit of being over here, of course, is that we do have the canopy to stand under. So people who are here will be feeling pretty pleased with themselves. Those people who've not made it over here yet and didn't realise that there is quite a lot of shelter over here might want to get over here quick before that disappears. But I think it's going to be a light shower. I don't know if Maureen's given us any more information on the levels of precipitation yet, James, while I've been out and about.
No, I think she's just left that to the Met Office, who sent through the forecast. I don't think they've got the capacity to do bespoke requests like that. I think just general, you get the forecast or nothing. I've got an apology to make. Earlier on I said there was no band called Leyland, British Leyland, but apparently the Leyland's Motor Band is a brass band in Lancashire, which was formed in 1946. So apologies if that was the band that T-shirt was supporting. Your efforts are now acknowledged.
That would be another good instance of being able to double brand your double brand your T-shirt if you lived in Leyland, were also a fan of the Leyland Motor Company, or perhaps when Leyland changed their name to Rover, they shipped all their T-shirts to Leyland in Lancashire. They now a circus performer. I think he's trapped in a hula hoop, I think, and is trying to extricate himself from the hula hoop. And then he seems to be putting it on again and again. Well, it's quite a small hula hoop, to be giving him credit. So done a good job there, squeezing himself through that. Quite ominous black sky over Chantry Road, in the north of the festival site. To the east and south, it's looking a lot brighter, so maybe stay to the east and south sides of the park. He's now bent double, trying to squeeze himself through this hula hoop. He's got it round his neck and the back of his knees. He getting some encouragement from the drummer, and yes, he's got himself out of that as well. So I'm guessing what's going to happen is the diameter of the rings is going to get smaller and smaller, or the girth of the performer is going to get wider and wider.
The Cook Islands group have managed to get themselves the requisite bands to get backstage here into the airlock Black Swan area.
Ah, here we go. Yes, so I was right. The girth of the performer has got bigger, so not the performer that was doing it before. We just got a bigger performer trying to get through the same sized hoop. So we'll see what happens here. Music stopped. Performer is prostrate, bent double on the ground. Seems to be some confusion and concern. I think they're encouraging the crowd to bring the energy back, just to give the rather larger performer the encouragement that they need to get themselves out of this hoop situation.
Stylish white hat man is back in his preferred position in front of our commentary box here. He's got about half a pint of that stout to go. Earlier on I saw someone having their photograph taken, and the photographer is using one of those cameras where you have to look down into it as if looking in the ground, and then the mirror inside the camera shows them the thing that's in front of them. I think it was one of the acts, maybe one of the songwriters, having her portrait taken in that way. I'm slightly envious of that natty camera. I'm not sure if it was analog, therefore.
I think the performer is still stuck in the ring, and other performer is sort of bouncing on top of them to try and make them smaller, I think. It's viewed from my angle is not a pretty sight, but it's worked, and they have freed themselves from the ring. Remarkable things here. I think that person could justifiably be called the Lord of the Rings.
Nice. Now the band are taking a bit of a break here, so it's just the two guitarists left.
One for you here, James. We've got some juggling coming up, I think, here. Juggling with knives. You're more tolerant of that than juggling with balls?
Yep. Jeopardy, that's good.
Don't know if you caught me there, James.
Yes, I'm saying yes, Jeopardy is very good in juggling.
Yep, sorry, I just lost you briefly there. So he's currently balancing his French Foreign Legion hat on his nose. He's done that. And now he goes to his bag, and he's got 1, 2, 3 knives. Although I think you'd be struggling to hurt yourself on these knives. The kind of knives that you, well, maybe a palette knife. What's the name of the knife that you use to spread icing on a fruit cake?
Oh yes.
Is that a palette knife?
I was going to say a palette knife, and then I thought, is that painting? But yeah, I think palette knife.
Palette knife. So, so the level of jeopardy is quite low here, I think. He's doing it with one hand though. 2 knives with one hand.
Hey, Uncle Louie, I wrote you a song.
And yes, he's gesturing 3. And the crowd is saying, yes, please. We'd like to see 3 knives juggled. And the traditional juggling formation there, but with knives instead of balls. That gets a round of applause. Are we going to go to 5? He just rubs on some sun cream there, I think. And now he's got balls out. He's got his balls out. So the level of jeopardy is low, so I'll hand back to you, James.
Thank you, Craig. It's an appreciative crowd watching the act on the main stage here. It's not a number that encourages clapping or jumping up and down. The former director of a significant art gallery in Birmingham is back today with his Hessian tote bag over his left shoulder. He's just checked his phone. Looks like he's possibly with someone other than the person he was with yesterday. I might be misinterpreting things. Sorry, I'm probably misinterpreting things. And for the lawyers, I'm almost definitely misinterpreting things. A couple have broken out the cards here and are playing a game of some sort. There's a bit of shuffling going on. It's quite difficult to work out what a card game is from a distance.
So the falafel store back of now completely hidden away by tarpaulins, so they can get up to whatever it is that they were going to get up to with a little bit of privacy now.
The first face mask of the day here, which could be being worn for fashion sense, very floral. The red ball is back with the little girl who's catching skills. Don't appear to have improved at all, but practice does make adequate. Oh, her throwing's not much better either. It's just bounced off that gentleman there. He softened when he realised how young the thrower was. Yeah, Dad's now trying to encourage the throwing to take place in a more sparsely populated area of the field. Yeah, the stage has had a bit of smoke pumped into it to give it a little bit more atmosphere. That number draws applause. But, no applause on that top field there, a hard audience to reach up there. A very long time ago, listeners who were with us at about 11:30, we'll remember that we commented on the two-seater fold-up chair with the bag in between, this kind of love seat that a couple have brought along. That's been unoccupied for a long time. It's just got a black tarpaulin covering it.
I'm right there now, James, actually. So, yes,
excellent.
I can see the gentleman is sitting. I think he's got like it might be a pork pie hat there, but made out of a sort of canvas fabric. And yes, he's got the one half of the love camping seat covered, and then the extra seat there also covered up. So, thinking of, I think that is love, isn't it? That is the mark of love. If you're got the foresight to cover up your partner's camping chair with a tarpaulin. Nothing says love like that.
That's bringing a tear to the eye. The woman who dyed her hair to match the colour of her daughter's tutu appears not to be with her daughter anymore, so her hair doesn't make as much sense as it did earlier on. Still a good colour. I think it's all made a bit more sense now. The person in the floral face mask has a friend, and together they are with the curator. I think he might have brought them down here to share a bit of British culture with his international visitors. A small girl throws the ball entirely in the opposite direction of the one that she was hoping to, but a helpful visitor gives it to her, and then she immediately throws it, so it bounces between the legs of the mixing engineer from the Janice Long stage, who is taking a little wander up the hill in his downtime.
So it's getting busier, I think, James, here on the main pathway between the viewing field and catering field. Lots of comings and goings now. People are just avoiding the tree trunks and roots. Some young people having a little sit on the bank there, doing a little bit of work. Maybe so catching up on the homework. People have still got umbrellas up. The couple there with their picnic table umbrella, they've kept that up. Because once you've made the effort to bring it in and erect it, you may as well leave it up.
The international visitors very much attracted by the graffiti artist's portraiture, and the curator takes the opportunity to chat to the graffiti artist. And now the three of them walk away, leaving the graffiti artist to his own business. The creator shows off his wristband. And he's gone back, so, this is awkward. Yes, now curator waltzed through backstage because he had the correct wristband, but his guests didn't, so briefly they were left on their own in the main field before he had the courtesy to recognise they couldn't follow him, and he's stepped back out now.
A trolley full of frozen chips and samosas just wheeled down the main path here. Branded bags of frozen chips, so top quality here. There's a little boy, just a little toddler, trips over, but he's okay. Dusts himself down and runs around again. Very busy up here now. Big queue outside Speaker's Corner. So I don't know if you can tell from your programme what's due here next, James.
I am on that, Craig.
or maybe it's already happening. And these people are trying to overhear what's happening.
It's not immediately apparent.
Could be people queuing up in anticipation of the Maypole workshop. They're keen not to miss out on once in a lifetime opportunity like that.
Yes, unless it's something added to the programme.
I'm just going to see if I can sneak a peek with other people there.
Yeah, I think
who are trying to look through the fencing around the courts area.
I think a bit of on-the-ground research might bear dividends.
It's quite hard to see because they have covered all the fences with either tarpauling or branding. But there's a big crowd here, and yes, people trying to watch from the pathway. So I'm just going to sneak a peek through here. At the moment, it's just the head of security talking. So I don't know whether he is also a performance poet as well, or a stand-up comic. Possibly he is. Of course, it could be that people have just come up here because there's a tent to sit under, away from the rain. So at the moment, yeah, the head of security in his bright orange jacket, just deep in conversation on his phone.
Craig, John Cooper Clarke.
Pardon?
John Cooper Clarke.
Ah, John Cooper Clarke, of course, yes. That would explain. So yes, I don't think that. Yeah, he is the head of security, not John Cooper Clarke.
John Cooper Clarke is due on in 15 minutes. The reason I couldn't immediately locate what's happening there is that such a big draw is he that he's not in the Speaker's Corner section of the programme. He's got a full page dedicated to him in the main headliner act section of the programme.
Right, he's going to be greeted by a crowd up here. I'm sure he can hold his own, but it's a big crowd. They've got hats on, they've got coats on, they've got ponchos on. They are a poetry crowd that means business. They know what they want. Hopefully Mr. Clarke will be able to deliver.
I'm not sure if Mr. Rotull has arrived backstage here before his mainline headliner act. It would be quite early, actually. It's only 4 o'clock now, and he's not due on the main stage until 6:50.
A man in a knitted tank top makes his way through the entrance. A gentleman carrying 2 picnic chairs, one of the little fold-up ones. A lady in a leather jacket, man in a motorbike t-shirt, and a man in a check top and a VW pink hat. Lady with a gold handbag.
No sign of the sunflower eater today. He's a prominent gentleman yesterday with his yellow hat and yellow trousers. Been looking out for him today. We are aware that he could have changed his colour scheme for the day, but not spotted anyone resembling him. Double denim man not back either. He might have taken a whole year out, using the wedding yesterday as an excuse.
All right, James, just got unprecedented access here to the park ranger shed at the entrance. I know it's something that many people walk past on a daily basis. Don't give it a second look. Normally the door will be shut. There's no public access sign there, but inside is right treat for the eyes here. We've got an axe, pair of head shears, we've got 2 saws, we've got a range of beautifully arranged brushes. We've got a hacksaw, bow saw, and of course, well, every park keeper needs a bottle of Campari as well. Now it does have drawings on the wall where items should be hung. So if anybody has seen a dustpan, no, there's the dustpan. There's a one pair of secateurs missing, I think. Don't think they're quite the right ones. And there's also a rake missing as well, I think. So if anyone has seen a rake anywhere, do hand it in to the park keeper's office here at the. Here come the spades. This is good news. We thought we'd lost the spades, but they are safely gathered in. So it's a shovel, really, not a spade. It's true. But on the sign, it does say spade.
24 toilet rolls are delivered backstage here at the Black Swan Inn. Gratefully received, I'm sure. Yesterday we had a discussion about perfection and the gilding of lilies and the graffiti artist's ability to zone in on detail. He seems to have spent all of his time today adding to a portrait which appeared entirely complete when we arrived on Saturday morning.
So I'm outside the Lost Children shed, which doesn't seem to have any children lost in it at the moment. It's a little gathering of security staff, though. I don't know what the collective name for a group of security guards is.
A vigilance.
A vigilance of security guards. It's nice.
It's sensible to have a shed to keep your lost children in.
That's right, you don't want to lose them again. Of course, that does rely on the child being able to read to find their way to the lost children shed. So really only good for children over a certain age.
And a man who brought the Bridget Riley picnic blanket has just taken off his waterproof to reveal a very similarly designed t-shirt. Should he ever lie down on the blanket in the t-shirt, the interference pattern there is going to be quite extraordinary.
So a big crowd gathering now on the way, leading from the street entrance down to the main entrance here. People trying to catch a glimpse of John Cooper Clarke through the fence, so it's causing a little bit of obstruction. So there may be a vigilance of security guards needed to make sure passage is clear. Some people crouching down so they can see underneath the banners. Other people trying to peer through the gaps. You can also change your baby up here at the Lost Children site. Change it for one that's got lost, perhaps.
So Ines has finished her number here to lots of applause. According to my watch, she's finished a couple of minutes early, but I think that's just trying to get the programme back on track.
Good news, James. Double Denim Man from last year. Listeners from last year might remember Double Denim Man. We have mentioned that he was at a wedding yesterday. I can see him. He's standing right in front of me. But he's not wearing double denim today. He is wearing a sensible outdoor coat and single denim. So good news. Hope he had a good time at his wedding yesterday. He too is trying to sneak a peek at John Cooper Clarke, one of the festival organisers, just walking up with ubiquitous cable ties. And yes, he's just asking if people could make a little bit of room on the path. I think they might be suggesting that possibly they could unclip the Purity advertising hoardings from the fence to allow people to have a look through. He's going to have to make a bit of a judgment call about that. Might be regretting the hoardings now. Is he going to go and get some snips to take those down? He just disappears into the lost children hut there. So I'm just going to stay with this, listeners at home, because I know you're going to be interested in see how this is solved.
I think you should stay up there definitely, Craig, because it looks like it's a hot ticket to the John Cooper.
Here we go. Here we go. Excellent work here from the festival crew. They've gone, they've listened to the voice of the crowd, and they've come out with a pair of, I think they're scissors from the John's ambulance medical team. He's just unclipping the cable ties, which hopefully won't be too much of an emergency that needs nail clippers while they're being used to do that.
There's a gentleman here in a John Deere t-shirt. So another nomination for a band that would help you merch. You could name yourself after the agricultural vehicle manufacturers. So Craig, do you think Mr. Cooper Clarke is going to come through the front gate there, or do you think there's a back route access to Speaker's Corner?
So yeah, interesting decision making. There's obviously some kind of tactics at play, so not taking down the whole of the advertising banners over the fences here, just releasing the ends of them so that they can be folded over to open up a few more viewing positions. And again, the festival organizer just trying to encourage people to leave a little bit of room on the pathway. Double denim man, or single denim man this year, is just trying to prise apart the ends of the two advertising banners to get a better look at John Cooper Clarke. I think this is him coming on now. There's a big cheer. And in the little grey hat we saw earlier, he's trying to stand the weights in place to peer over the top of the banner. Other people, their phones go above the banner to watch. Someone's trying to on their own initiative there to try and undo the cable ties, but the festival organising is pressing the security staff into service to just try and strike a balance, as he suggests, between giving people the opportunity to watch John Cooper Clarke and not blocking the so difficult.
What to hear, Craig?
Yes, I can hear him when I take my headphones. They're not wearing fold-back headphones. They should be able to hear him okay.
Great.
So some people do seem content with just being able to listen. Others want to try and get sight as well.
Meanwhile, on the Janice Long stage, the local favourites, the Bonfire Radicals, holding